Okay, YouTubers, if you can hear me, let me know. Okay, thank you, Pepe. Okay, so now, question is, are they upgrade, downgrade brokerage firms that you kind of laugh at, sort of don't give them much weight? Um, Not really. I mean, listen, we see Wainwright a lot of times put on these huge price targets as an example. You'll see a stock trading at 5 and they put a price target at 20 or 30. I mean, we kind of laugh at that, I suppose. I'm more interested in, say, what's Goldman. I used to be more interested in what Wedbush is doing, but haven't really seen that many great things out of Wedbush lately. Wedbush, we could kind of count on them when they did an upgrade or something, that things would usually move for a while, but I haven't really seen that now for a while anyway. All right, guys, I'm going to do a quick look to see what sort of what's happening in the sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then show more sector status. Now we're in for okay, the markets recovered a little bit. The market was down a little bit more, a little earlier. Market's starting to recover a little bit. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, energy, 66%. What does that mean? In green means that the stocks that make up XLE, 66% of them are above yesterday's close. Really, what I really want to see though is where is XLE compared to the 200-day moving average as an example. That was starting, yeah, moving away. I want to see financials, and we know that XLE and financials are still below. Wow, look at this, guys. Yesterday, financials just about touched the 200-day moving average. We're getting closer and closer. Though today, we're starting off a little bit negative, but almost touched the 200-day moving average. And I think consumer staples was the other one that's below. Popped above it. So consumer staples. So I have a feeling I'm pretty sure industrials are way above, but I have a feeling that now, oh yeah, industrial. So I have a feeling that the only ones right now that are below the 200-day moving average are energy, financials, and before I say that, let's take a look at, yeah, you see even retail was just a little bit above the 200-day, closed a little bit low, a little bit below. So we're getting closer and closer for all the major sectors to be above the 200-day moving average, especially financials. That'll be a big day. If you've never played an IPO, don't. Okay, I mean IPOs are not easy to play. You know, I've dabbled in them on the first day every now and then, depending on, that's why I like to put what the IPO suggested price is, so I know when it opens. Is it way above it? Is it way below it? Is it right around it? But if you're new to trading, just forget about IPOs. There's obviously not a lot of history. Yeah, Jamie, Steve, anybody else from Trade Ideas listening, I've got something going on with all my audio, and I don't know how to fix it. I'm gonna have to wait for the market to be open. I've been told that I should keep talking anyway, even though it's muffled. Well, I guess if that's the only issue, it's not the end, excuse me, not the end of the world, but it bugs me because if I'm listening to somebody talk and it's all scratchy and muffled, I just turn it off. So anyway, guys, I don't want to dwell on it too much. Something like now, let's keep an eye on Vera. Okay, now Vera got up to almost 15 yesterday, almost up to 15. Well, got up to 15 yesterday, pulled back. Just had a tremendous 2 day run. Now the other one is Next. How is Next doing? Next was a really nice AI play from yesterday from our AI, and it still has some room. It's down. Yeah, I mean it's down 3%. I think I have my alert. In fact, I better reset my alert for 789 and see if it takes out yesterday's high. If it does do that, there is still some room. 846 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Hey, from the Windows tax, manage input sound devices. Okay, let me just see. Maybe that's it. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, guys, first. I just want to check to see maybe if that suggestion from Pepe will help. So output devices. That doesn't make sense, does it? Shouldn't it be my? Okay, guys, the market's open. I'm. Just give me a moment. Hopefully, input devices. Input devices. Okay. I've got a microphone. There's my microphone. There's my headset. Looks like it's selected. This device is currently in use. I may have screwed something up on this crisp microphone. The reason why, you guys were saying you could hear some sound, and I was trying to redo something, and maybe I screwed something up. I couldn't figure out how to
you folks can hear me on the YouTube side. I think Barry's restarting. Just going to hold the stream open here for him, but I'm not in a position to share screen right now. So we'll hold this open so you don't lose the stream, and hopefully he'll be back in a moment. I heard a ping.
Okay, and how do I get rid of that little thing there in the corner?
All right, and you're looking and sounding good here too, Barry, on the YouTube side. Or actually, you need to add your mic to the stream still. Sorry, I was hearing you through the main room.
Maybe get rid of this one. Okay, how we doing now? You hear me, Chris?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute myself. I didn't realize. You
That's
look and
okay.
sound good here on the YouTube side.
But you can hear me and you can see my screen.
Yep, looking
Okay.
good now.
All right, I think we're good to go. I think we are good to go.
Excellent day.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, guys, those of you, well, you guys can hear me in the main room and in YouTube. I just have a couple of other things I have to load. I did mention Next just before I was doing all this. Next looks really interesting, guys. NEXT still looks really interesting. Of course, an AI alert from yesterday got as high as, and the next high looking left is 846. But let me, now I've got to load a couple other things. So I'm just going to put myself on mute and I should be back in about 1 minute. No, it wasn't you, Paradox. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't have said that. I was just kidding the guys. It wasn't you.
Okay, guys, I think I'm good to go. Actually, my sound on my end is good in my headset now. You guys can hear me like normal. Again, Pepe, I can't thank you enough. And thank you, Chris. You're probably gone now. Thanks for stepping in for a few minutes. And let me get my bearings now. Let's see what's happening. Sort of coming in. I know that next, I think AI was on the move too. So just one last check, guys. Sounds good. Screen's good. Everybody can hear me, both YouTube and in the main room, like normal. Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see what's happening here. So AI, man, oh man, yeah, AI. Just as I was having all my issues, I mentioned, guys, take a look at AI. And I see that we've got one really nice one from our AI, ALDX has a really nice one so far, ALDX. And you can see I'm back to my old layout. Okay. I decided to go back to my old layout for the last couple of days. I know we're still in the test drive, but those of you who are in the test drive, you should know by now that all you have to do is load this window, strategy trades all. Okay. Premium AI strategy trades window. And this is the window that you're going to see. And just follow along with the alerts. Use it like a watch list. Meanwhile, I think Lennar, LAN, LAN has had still a decent day from, it's an earnings play, of course, but a decent day from the open. And how's Kroger doing, KR? Okay, Kroger is the other big earnings play today. When I say big, couple of, Kroger and Lennar, certainly a couple of companies that most people have heard of. Did Cava start, guys? I don't think, usually the IPO start around 10:30. Oh, it hasn't started. Okay. Again, big IPO today. I see this AAOI showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. I just don't know when it first appeared. It's showing here at 10:17, but that's just because I had to do a reboot. I don't know if it showed up earlier. How about data? DADA? Did that show up? I'm sure that must have showed up before 683. Wow, the Dow is up big. Okay, Dow's up big. NASA's up. And look at Carvana, CVNA. Jeez. And let's see, I have some thumbnail charts. So Vera, I guess Vera actually did not pop off 13. The last time I saw it, it was at 13. Yeah, it was up in this area here. So it is pulled back. It's trying to hold its 200-day moving average. 1254 is the 200-day moving average. Is literally sitting right on it. Is right a little bit above the VWAP, 1243. So I would be watching this one to see if it, again, that 200-day and the VWAP holds and it starts to move higher. And that is for the Vera, VERA. You're asking about Nicola, Sandra, in our YouTube room. I know it was over $1 yesterday, but that's about the extent of it. Yeah, I mean it's. I think with a lot of the EV plays, I mean, yeah, it's gone. I mean, look, it's gone from 52 cents to $1.35 over the last week and a half. All right, guys. Well, I guess I got to look at GME again. GME is again getting closer to that 27, 28. Actually, thought it was a little higher. Again, I'm kind of looking if it gets close to this high of a couple of days ago and gets close to these highs up here in the weekly. I'm definitely looking at a potential short for GME. Oh, okay. TCJH just got halted or resumed. Sorry. Oh man, it got hammered down. Got hammered down, and it's continuing to move down. It is shortable for me. Not many. There are 3,900 shares right now, but it's halted right now, I guess. Yeah, it's halted right now. TCJH. How did SOFO do? That was the one in the pre-market that AI in their press release, and yeah, got up to $1.92, and it's pulled all the way back to 138 through the VWAP 163. The 200-day is 101, so kind of a no man's land right now for SOFO. Okay, guys. So Opera, the browser, I guess they do more than that. I would hope so, because I don't know who. I know somebody's going to put up their hand and say, "I use Opera," but certainly not. You don't hear about Opera very much anymore. But nice move. Cowan maintain Opera coverage with an outperform, and do they have a price target? Price target of 23, so it's at 21 now. Yeah, I mean it's been on a great 2 months for Opera, sitting just over 11, just over 10, now basically doubled OPRA. I knew somebody, see, I knew Philip or Philippe. I knew somebody was going to say, I use Opera. I used to too, man. That's many years ago. I tried them all. Okay, guys, I'm just again trying to get my bearings. I'm trying to take a look at some of the ones that have moved. So I'm going to take a look at Aldex right now. ALDX. This was an AI play. Didn't see this one in the pre-market. Got as high as 1260. Is up on late stage data for conjunctivitis candidate. Okay, phase 3. So this is late stage. 56 million in the float, so it's not high, not low. The next high looking left is around 12. So not a lot of room between here and there at 12. Pre-market though, it did get over 1260. So this is probably going to be active most of the day, ALDX. There was the alert from the AI at 1114. And before it pulled back at all, it got up to 1177. Take a look at LEN, LEN, see if it's continuing to move. Trend is up. Definitely the trend is up. All-time high too, guys. Wow, Linares, this is an all-time high. What's KBH doing? Another home builder, KBH. KBH, take a look at them, see what they're doing. Any sympathy play with them? Now they have earnings next month. I'm sorry, next week, next month on the 21st. So not really any sympathy play yet. But look, boy, these home builders. I mean, I thought that whole sector was supposed to be over, right? Interest rates high, etc. But man, oh man, look at this lifetime high, almost a lifetime high, also for KBH, lifetime high for Lennar, LEN. Ugly looking chart, guys. DFLI, very ugly looking on the 15-minute. You can see all this up and down, bottoming tails, topping tails, chopping up and down. Difficult to get a read on it. They did have some news. How's this? Guys are talking about SOUN, another AI play, probably coming into resistance right around here. That's where it kind of got to. So here's another one that just got halted. CISSV. No, no, guys, keep an eye on this GSIT, GSIT. I mean, this has just been on a nice little run. Had a great start back in May, early May, middle of May, about a month ago. And it's been, not steady, but certainly the trend is up. GSIT over the highs of the last 2 weeks now. GSIT. Manu halted. Okay. Is this finally done? Is it done? Done as in is this deal finally done? It is back almost up to the rumor. This was back in February. The rumor in February and it got up to 27.37 that the deal was going to be done. And then, of course, it wasn't done, kept sinking and sinking. And then I guess this week, I guess the Qataris have upped their bid or it's getting closer. They had earnings also, but that's irrelevant. Actually, they have earnings tomorrow or no, they already had earnings, but I mean, that's totally irrelevant. 33 to 35. Well, that's definitely a bigger opening than the 22. So guys, if you want to know when Kava opens, this is a big IPO for today, and just right click, put Kava into your load Kava on a chart, a trade ideas chart, right click, create a price alert, okay, and put one. Alert price of one. Obviously, it's going to open over one. So when it does start to trade, we will know about it. Your price alerts window will pop up on your screen, and sometimes, I would say 90% of the time, it'll show up in the halts resumes as a resume. It's just a quirk that happens. It's not meant to happen, but it does happen. I would say 90% of IPOs will show up as a resume on the day they start to trade. But better to do it this way, to load the chart, put a price alert in at one, and then when it starts to trade, your price alert window will pop up on your screen. Here is another IPO, sorry. Here's another earnings play, guys. CGNT, did not see this in the pre-market. CGNT, another earnings play, kind of choppy. Yeah, there's no specific news on NKLA. I did see it yesterday when it popped over a dollar. Um, and they were just talking about, well, the general EV market is starting to move, but so this is this morning, 2:38 this morning. Nicola Board of Directors announces leadership transition. So maybe there's a big shakeup. And here's the resumption now for CISSV. CISSV, what do they do? Probably don't even have any information. Yeah, they just started trading yesterday. As I don't recall seeing this one at all yesterday. CISSV. But it must have been maybe the shakeup of the board or something like that. I mean, I'm not going to read all this, but this is just trying to put any positive spin on this stock, I suppose. And that was at early this morning. But it's been running. I mean, it has been running. Hey, Manu has resumed. MANU has resumed. Manu negotiating the granting of exclusivity to Qatar's Sheikh Shazim in the $6 billion plus sale negotiations. So this is an earnings play. Did not see this one in the pre-market either. Really didn't trade much. John Wiley, WLY, not very much volume. It is an AI alert also. Oh, billion. It's billion. You know that. So this one, interesting, maybe. It's a wow, it's a lifetime low. This is a lifetime low. Right down here. Well, right down here is the lifetime low, I guess, yesterday. I'm sorry, this is today. This is today. So this basically WLY is a lifetime low. All right, guys. So Shady's U is looking interesting again. It has that big bottoming tail on that previous 15-minute candle. The high is around 41.64. It takes that out. The high yesterday was way up here around 42.33. So a little less than $1 to go to that high of yesterday for U. Held the VWAP 40.97. Okay, another earnings play, guys. So we have a few earnings plays. We had 0 yesterday that were showing up on my earnings plays up and down this compare account window. We had 0 yesterday. So JBL, another earnings play. JBL, well, that's a big one. Another lifetime high. JBL, lifetime high. We don't count the pre-market or after hours. Did get up to 110 yesterday after hours. And another earnings play that I'm seeing here, SGML. SGML, another earnings play. Another one, not a lifetime high, but certainly in the upper percent, 90 within 10%. I shouldn't say it within 10%. It's, if you take a look at the high and the low, lifetime high and low, it's in the upper 90% centile. So one moment, please. GPS. Let's take a look at HEPS from our race, see what's happening with that one. Okay. So this is a big move for it so far. Big float, 161 million in the float. It's been on a great run. Look at these runs. You know, there's a 40% move over a week and a half for HEPS. Hey guys, you popped over 42. You, the letter U, popped over 42. Good morning, Baid. I'll call you Baid. All right, look at QS, QuantumScape. QS coming right into that 200-day moving average. Will that stop it? Okay, right into the 200-day moving average. But again, you know, it's one of these ones. It's in between the VWAP and the 200-day right now. I'd be looking at this maybe to short it, but the problem is the VWAP is not that far away underneath. So for me, it's just not a. Now, if it can tomorrow, for instance, if it can take out, you know, get over 8, number one, and take out, I'm going to stick an alert, in fact, 829-ish. Because if it can do that, then when you start looking left, you've got 935 and then 10. So we'll see what happens with this one today. Number one, can it get through that 200-day moving average? Number one. Just let me do one thing, guys. Don't worry, Pepe. I'm not. I'm not going to tinker with anything that I shouldn't be. Apple. Who was you partnering with? Apple. Well, Apple has is working closely with them on that new device, with that new device that they launched. And that's not rumor. I mean, Apple themselves came out and said we're supporting them wholeheartedly, etc. So that's not a rumor. Keep an eye on AI also. I think it's approaching the VWAP 4543, 4543. So it's trying to hold the VWAP, guys. Trying to hold it. That is AI. Well, and certainly so far the market doesn't care what that short seller said. It knocked it down. Here's another earnings play, guys. So we have a few of them. POW, P-O-W-W, another earnings play, another cheap one. You know what? If this gets over 260 something, 262, I'm going to stick an alert there. 262. That may not happen today, may not happen ever, but if it does, because then when you start looking left, you've got room to about 320. So, you know, if it went from 260 to, you know, even to 3, that would be a nice little percentage move. So, you know, might want to keep an eye on POWW. It's through the 200-day moving average over the VWAP, of course. VWAP and the 200-day are basically the same. Take a look at WKHS, Sandra, our YouTube room. I haven't seen Workhorse for a long time. So there's a little bit of news for them. Okay, so they're going to participate in the ninth annual Roth London conference, June 20th, June 20 to 22. So that a little bit of news. Oh, this is just getting absolutely crushed here. This TCJH. Don't see any news on them. Yeah, I do not see any news. China gambling stock? No. Okay, not a gambling stock, but just getting crushed. Okay, you know what I want to take a look at that. Click on new and then dock channel bar. And again, those of you on the this should be available for everybody still, the anchored VWAP. And what I want to do is I want to see the that pullback. If there's anything interesting, the from the large gap. So I'm going to float it so I don't have to keep on this channel. Speaking of GSIT, I just mentioned GSIT. Speaking of it, there's a new one, blue. I didn't see this one. Buyout. Okay. Working Mindy, MNDY. Yeah, it's got to pull into it a little bit more. So this is the one that I actually now I might get interested in this one again, the IGT. See how it's might get interested again. This is actually one that I pseudo swung. Bought it 2 days ago. Did sell it yesterday. But look what it's doing. It's coming into the anchor to VWAP again. If it bounces off it, I'm going to be interested. I'm going to actually let Michael know. Okay, so let's take a look at something else here. BPMC. Let's take a look at what BPMC is doing. All right, guys. There's your Nicola making a little bit of a move. Have it? Did it open? Shouldn't have opened. Should not have opened. Okay, good. You're just alerting us to the fact that it's going to open. Now, a lot of these IPOs used to be almost like clockwork, especially the big ones, these big IPOs used to be almost like clockwork. At around 10:30, they would start. But yeah, poised to soar after IPOs tops expectations, looking to open in the range of 35 to 37 versus 22. I typically don't look at these ones, a little, I'm, I guess maybe call it the gambler in me, which I'm not really a big gambler when it comes to the stock market, but the really cheap IPOs that don't release very many shares, those can be kind of the more exciting ones, but we'll see on this one. I just read this morning that the IPO total value of IPOs has almost, this year has almost reached the total of last year. Now, last year was terrible. But it's a way below. I think it was 2021. I think 2021 was something like 300 billion or something, and so well below that. I think we're around 70 billion this year, which is almost like last year. So it's picking up. Obviously, I mean, we're only halfway through. Okay, guys. WLY all-time low. Earnings play all-time low. WLY. Did see this one. I did see this one in the pre-market ESPR. Excuse me. I didn't have time to check the why it was moving. So this is it. This is the reason. Bank of America double upgrades, citing near-term upside. Do they put a price target on it? All right, raising the price target to 4 from $1.50. Okay, so that is ESPR, and that is from the Bank of America. Whoa, Wiley guys, Wiley. How can you not say that and not say E Coyote? Guys, Wiley, WLY, all-time low. And Carvana continues to surge here. CVNA continues to surge. Wiley guys, WLY, very nice, very nice. You got to really pay attention to these ones that are all-time lows, and for a reason. The reason being today is an earnings play, WLY, so it's an earnings play, so it had news. So it wasn't just because, well, we don't like it anymore, we're just going to sell it. It actually had news, earnings, obviously, whatever they said, market didn't like it. Market has not been liking this for a while and just further not liking it, really. So there's WLY. You had the alert at 33.48. I did not get in there. I was messing around, of course, with my computer, so I did not even see that. But and I did not take the LDEX, guys, unfortunately. Now maybe coming into resistance, okay, around 12. Is this shortable for me? Yeah, a lot of shares available, 829,000 at Interactive Brokers. I mean, look, anything's possible, but looks like there's pretty tough resistance around 12. These days here, starting on say June 8th and then June 9th, a couple of highs right around 12. And this is okay. Yeah. So it did have some news. This conjunctivitis drug they've got. Now, listen, it may pop right through that. 1194. Again, that's the high last week. If it does, let's take a look and see where it could go. All I'm doing is I'm scrolling back here, trying to find the next high. So it looks like the next high is about 2 years ago. 2 years ago is approaching a 2 year ago high for ALDX. I don't think they normally, Brian, the question was, I mean, I may be wrong. I may be wrong. I don't usually see it in a press release. The question is when an analyst puts a price target on a stock, do they have a time associated with them? I don't typically see that in a press release. Maybe if you dive into the release a little bit more, maybe they give a suggested time. But I don't think typically they say, and we think, next month this should be at our price target. I don't think they say things like that. Just in general, anyway. So, guys, a couple of nice ones so far from the AI, Aldex and Wiley. And JKS is not an earnings play. Just going to keep an eye on these. They really haven't moved very much. The other ones from the AI today haven't moved very much. Okay, guys, so 11 o'clock now. Now, normally, of course, I would have already done this. So I'm just going to do this briefly, talk a little bit about what you can find on my homepage. A moment. Okay, well, it gives them a lot of time. If they do say 52 weeks or a year, yeah, I mean, that I wouldn't pay any attention to any time frame they put on that. Okay, guys, I just put my homepage link in. So this is what you're going to find. Now, I am anticipating a promo code today, certainly by tomorrow. Okay, so I would hold off. If you want to take out a subscription right now, I would hold off. You'll get a better one. I'm sure it'll be at least 25%. So I would hold off. But if you do take out a subscription, you absolutely have to do this to get started. Okay, the download and install about 10 videos, not about, there are 10 videos, about 30 minutes long. Runs through your download and install, your first startup and login, and very importantly, in video 7, 8, and 9, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. If you are new to trading, little trading course for you, Trading 101. Michael Noss, a trader it is, put this together. And there are a lot of videos, and they increase in complexity as you move through the course. It starts off with what is a stock? Daily stock of the day, daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. Now, the trade of the week was rum. It had a great first day, and then it just sort of the last 3 days it sort of sunk. But you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Here is the big education section. So here's our user guide. You don't have to learn everything in the user guide, but we have a getting started. Again, that getting started, the 30 minutes. A little more in detail about what an alert window is and what the top list window is, and more detail about stock racing. You click on that stock racing. We have 4 videos explain virtually everything you have to know about stock racing. These race startup and configuration, etc., all clickable. There's that getting started again. So daily support session. So I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will verify that before I do take off. And I'll put the YouTube link in the room so you can head over and listen to Steve. And last, so if you click on my homepage and you're looking for my scans, scroll down until you see this section right here, my scans. And here are the scans that I'm sharing. What I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. I'm sharing 2 races. This is the race that you see, the biggest gainers from the open right here. My 10-day daily breakouts and down. These. I'm sharing these. I'm sharing this, the momentum up and down. This is the doc, momentum up and down. Now, if you load that one and you don't care about going short anything, then you just have to exit out. Okay, just click the X and you only see long plays. And then the earnings plays up and down. I like this, and it's starting to pick up again, guys. Starting to pick up again. Had absolutely nothing in it yesterday, but there are some earnings plays today. It's just an interesting way to see the earnings plays. So in red means that they've made a new low for the day. It's GML, or sorry, the green, it means it made a new high for the day. Okay. And this is like a scroll. When we get into earnings season, this will be super active. We're still about a month away. So if you do take out a subscription, don't wait for that promo code. I'd appreciate it if you do use my homepage link. Take out the subscription from there. You'll see the promo code. It's not there yet. Also, if you save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans and the education section anytime you want. Yeah, it looks like the AI, it held the VWAP. There's that VWAP, the 4557 level. It was right around the area. Look at that. I'm almost at the penny. Amazing. Now, on the downside, take a look at GME, and it broke down through the VWAP. 2576, so it broke down through the VWAP. I'm going to stick an alert around just underneath 25 for GME. See if it takes that out. That is the low of yesterday. Saw this one yesterday, Kura. Kura yesterday. Yeah, we saw this one yesterday, very weak and increasing weakness for Kura, Kura. Yeah, next at 8, guys. Yeah, next is at 8. The next high, I believe, was around 834, I think. Right around 834, maybe. A little 842-ish. That's on the weekly chart. As I say, this was an AI alert yesterday. I said you guys should follow it the next day. Look at the market. Wow. 440 now. Take a look at the SPY on the higher time frames. I guess I have to stick an alert here. 462. I guess that's the all-time high. I mean, how glum was this, guys? Remember we're down, well, when was this? This was back in, okay, that's a year ago, but right here, this looked like it was all over for the SPY. The market was at 380. Since then, a couple of bottoming tails here, but since then, it's been on a steady climb, 380 to 440 on the SPY. I mean, how many people were just saying, that's it? 300 is next. I wasn't one of them. I don't really look at it like that. Whatever it is, whatever it is, it's just try to trade around it. But Okay. Oh, soda, SDA. I know it's not soda, but SDA. So that is a high. Now, highly risky. 1.5 million in the float. Okay. Very, very risky. Tough spread. 1960, 1999. So it won't matter if it moves a few dollars, but the next high looking left is 24, I believe, 24-ish. Well, Pepe, just to tie a little bow on all this, was the whole reason just because it didn't do I had to do the update? That was the whole reason? Which is strange because normally my system does an auto update. It tells me and it just doesn't. Oh yeah, you get to the fantasy level of way up here. It's no, actually you're saying 60? I don't see 60 unless we can go. I don't see 60 unless it happened in the pre-market. I see 45 as a high for SDA. I still, well, on my chart anyway, I don't see a high. I see a high of 45. I see a high of 45.73 on that day, 529. Now it's possible it was higher in the pre-market, but still don't see that. Well, unless it was trading something else, because but this is I don't I mean for us it only goes back here on our chart, so I don't know what to say. The week of May 15th. Anyway, whatever it is, it's it has it's a lot higher than it is now. Not saying we're not ever saying it's going to get there. The last time I looked at Dragonfly, it looked awful. Okay, now, yeah, I mean, to me, it's just awful looking, Todd. Okay, the reason, I mean, when I say that, I mean, look at this 15-minute chart, chopping up and down. More importantly, for me, though, all these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, it's just a constant battle between the buyers and sellers. So to me, it's just, I know they had some news, but to me, it's just, for me, it's untradeable. For me. The Faraday, FFIE. Okay. Yeah. So you're on your own on these ones. I just don't look at stocks under a dollar, but yeah, I mean, a lot of volume, 60 million. But look at the float, 1 billion in the float. I'm so surprised that they haven't had to do maybe it's happened, but they've got a warning from NASDAQ saying, hey, get your share price over a dollar, do a reverse split. I mean, that's a huge float for a 39-cent stock, a billion. Anyway, yeah, you just don't look at stocks under a dollar. So is that Eastern time paradox? Yeah. So again, we don't. I don't anyway. I don't count the pre-market. So our charts would not show the pre-market, but that's fine. All right, good for you guys in the Nicola and KLA. I actually dabbled just a little bit in it just to see. Not enough to retire, but yeah, enough to have some fun and watch it to see what it does. Oh, I didn't see your question about the anchored VWAP, trying to understand how it's used and trade. Okay, well, this is how I'm trying to use it. Okay, I mean, I'm certainly no expert. All I can do is show you what it's looking for and how you can. What I like. This is the AVWA from the big gap. Okay, so let's take a look. I wonder if NVIDIA is still here. This is a good example. I guess the algo bumped it. But let's take a look at IGT, okay? There's IGT. Okay, so this is how it's drawn. So you see the big gap for IGT. And so Michael who has created this has been able to identify the stocks that have had big gaps. And so he starts the anchored VWAP right at the high, wherever it closed, I should say, wherever it closed on that day. So you see that purple line? And then the idea being, and this is why I took it the other day, is that the longer it holds this anchored VWAP, the purple line, then and if it bounces off it, you can maybe go long. Okay, I mean there's nothing 100% guaranteed. Or I mean, listen, if it takes it out in any way, well, maybe you short it. Okay, as an example, I'm just looking at IGT as an example. The pinch plays. Now, again, there's no 100% in anything. I'm actually looking at this again, though, to maybe go long if it can hold this anchored VWAP line, because the idea then is that if you do go long, you put your stop at the VWAP, okay, at that anchored VWAP. So you have a pretty identifiable stop. Now, understanding, of course, that line will change over the course of the next few days. So if you did go long and it started to move, your stop would be increasing because this line will more than likely be moving higher. So that's one example. As far as the pinches are concerned, let's take a look. This would be the idea behind it. Now, I mean, ideally, you buy his book, okay? And it goes into a lot of detail about how you can look at all these. But if I look at this pinch, HSY. So the idea is, so these are the purple lines, and Michael is lobbying fiercely to get rid of everything else. But the idea would be that if this stock went above that say call it the upper pinch, maybe it turns into a long, and if it broke down below this lower pinch, it would turn into a short. Ideally, you like to see these lines a lot closer, okay? But that's kind of the concept. Let's take a look at ABCB. Yeah, I mean, so far, it's in between the two pinches, but look what happened. If this gains some traction again and maybe pops above it, you could go long and then you put your stop. You put your stop at that level. Okay, so that is in essence kind of how it works. Okay. Whoa, GME is, yeah, I mean, I didn't, boy, it took out that VWAP. It took out the VWAP and not plummeted, but it certainly went down from there. Yeah, really to read the book is obviously to be way more informed than what I just talked about. I mean, the interesting thing is though that anchored VWAP channel, it draws the lines automatically for you. Okay, so then the idea to me is to cycle through the charts. You may see something that I don't like that one because the price is out of my price range. So you don't have to. Oh, look at GME. But I mean, I love that IGT. I thought the IGT, if it holds that VWAP again, the anchored VWAP again, and bounces off it, I may take it again. Okay, so you have to be on the latest beta. Okay, at least the latest beta. You'll see that if you open up dot channel bar and you open up the anchored VWAP, you'll see the very first thing it says. The very first thing you must be using version 5.6.46 or higher or newer, okay? So to check to see what version you're using, click on Help from our toolbar. You downloaded the software yesterday? Really? And you're not seeing these automatically drawn lines? Oh, okay. On the 15 and 30, no, 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 you won't see that. These are right now, it's all set up for more swing trading, okay? Now, Michael said that they are, let's see if it's still there. See, if you hover over if you if you hover over select strategy and then move down until you see the anchored VWAP at the bottom, and here they all are, but you'll notice that we've got a 30 and a 15. I don't know if it's available for you guys yet. Okay? On a pinch of a 30 and a 15. I don't know if it's available yet. But the lines are drawn. Look at GME. No, I'd have to get a 30-minute chart, obviously. Let's take a look. Yeah, so there's your pinch. Okay. What really has to happen though, in my opinion, and he's working on this, okay? This is a work in project. The pinch has to be a lot closer because you're not going to wait till it breaks down through 24 or gets up through 26. You want to see these pinches a lot closer. Okay. Now, if you're not seeing it drawn, it's because I'm on a development version, and that might be the reason. Okay. So I mean, this is a work in progress right now. So if you don't see these lines drawn, now, did you change it to a 30-minute chart? Obviously, you would have had to change it to a 15 or a 30-minute chart if you're using the 30-minute pinch. I'm intrigued by this software. Does it have the potential to make you a fortune? Yes. That's somebody from our YouTube room. But that's not the idea of the software. Okay. I mean, look, I'm not I'm not going to try to sit here and say, "Oh, of course it can make you a fortune. All you got to do is do this and that." Of course not. But you phrase it, does it have the potential? Well, depends on your trading style, depends how much money you've got. But there's no easy way to riches. Yeah, so if that was a test, to see whether or not this was like you were in a legitimate trading room with legitimate software. And had I said, absolutely, all you have to do is buy our software and you will make a fortune. If I'd said that, you should run. Okay. Absolutely run. Of course, that is not what I said. Well, other than soon for the IPO, PJ, I don't know why they delay these things so much. I mean, I would, unless, oh, you know why? You know why? I can tell you exactly why it's delayed. Look at it now. I think they're trying to delay it and delay it and delay it because this keeps moving higher and higher. 42.50, 44. Last time we looked, it was 32.33. Okay. So they're probably delaying it so they can get the biggest bang on the open that they can possibly get. Okay, curious dreamer. Well, I mean, I got to be honest. I mean, I don't have any idea what your trading experience is, what your risk level tolerance is, but it's not just our software. I mean, our software is a great, great piece of software if you're looking for real-time alerts, okay, based on your trading strat, based you can set up your own types of scans based on your trading style. And again, our software is excellent for giving you real-time alerts. You're looking for new highs of the day, new 5-minute highs, new 30-minute highs. We have a whole list of real-time alerts that you can pick from. But you've got to have trading experience. So yeah, anyway, regarding Kava, the longer they wait, this price can keep going higher and higher. Kudos to definitely to Shady on the NKLA, and also Sandra in our YouTube room. Why have I lost the timestamp? I've lost the timestamp for some reason in YouTube. I know there's a selection. Anyway, Sandra, I quite a while ago asked me about NKLA in our YouTube room. When it was right around here, I think. You're welcome, Curious. Trading is difficult. Again, the program is called Trade Ideas, but you have to have some trading experience. All right, guys, 11:39. So I have to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes. Whoa, lost sight of the soda. SDA, completely lost sight of it. It's still a terrible spread, but again, if this thing moves $4 or $5, that won't matter. I lost sight of it though. When the last time we were looking at this was just underneath 20 SDA. So there you go, curious dreamer. If you put all your money into soda at $20, you'd be rich. SDA. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. He might have, or he or she might have left already. Yeah, AI is making a new high here. Not going to surprise anybody, I think, if it hits 50, 50. Yeah, just give me a moment. Well, I'll tell you what, Drora, in about 15 minutes, you should head over to the YouTube room. Steve is there, and Steve is way more versed in the anchored VWAP than I am. I mean, what do you want to know though? I mean, it's just, are you talking about the ones that we have here in the dock channel bar? This, or are you talking about doing it yourself, like manually putting in an anchored VWAP yourself? I shouldn't ask two questions. So you're talking about this, the channel bar? Okay, the one in the channel. Okay. Well, as I explained, the pinch, you just look, I mean, when you click on the alert, there's and these are automatically drawn for you. So there's the purple lines are the anchored VWAP. So the theory behind this would be, look at HSY. There's the purple line here, the purple line up here, kind of, squeezing a little bit, trying to pinch it. If it popped above, that might be a sign to go long, and you put your stop at the upper anchored VWAP. And if it went below it, maybe you go short. Okay, there it is, guys. Kava is up and running, and it is up and running at $42. Well, that's not up to me. This is a third party, and it's Brian Shannon's baby, so that's not up to me. Well, if you found it, you have to find the use for it, of course. And if you find it useful, there are many of these anchored VWAPs are being developed by Michael Noss. So there's a bunch to choose from, and more to come. I definitely found a use for the other one, the big gap that made me some money yesterday on the IGT, and I'm still looking to maybe get into it later again. See how this is bouncing into the anchored VWAP. I took it 2 days ago, held it briefly yesterday, and sold off and sold it. But I mean, that's how you use it is, of course, completely up to you. But I love it. I mean, I love this one. When I say this one, I like the concept of the anchored VWAP from the big map, how it starts the anchor right at the top, so it finds where a big gap was, and then it draws the anchor starting at the close of that day. Then you just watch how it's trading around it. But listen, nobody's forcing you to take it. Not for everybody. When should I sell, Shady? I didn't take very much, I have to admit. I did not take very much. Certainly did not go, heavy like you probably did, but I took a little piece just in case. Having said all that, I just sold some, and I'm kinda kidding. When I ask Shady that, I'm kinda kidding. I don't expect anybody to tell me, when to buy or when to sell. I'm just kinda kidding. Okay, so it is Steve. Steve just confirmed it will be Steve in about 15 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay. Does the standard plan allow me to use historic data for alerts top strategy windows? Yes. So for instance, now it depends what you mean by that, okay? But let me take a look at an alert window. Let me I'll take this momentum up scan, okay? I'm going to break it out, duplicate it into a free floating window because I don't want to mess it up here. So you can do me a moment. Where is this? Okay. So you can do things like this, okay? Hopefully you can see my screen. So for instance, if I want to do a history, I can right click history and I can talk yesterday. I can pick a time frame I want, okay, to show all the alerts that happened. Now you can only go back, I believe in this, you can only go back about 60 days, 3 months, okay? So if you're looking to go back, 10 years, no, okay? Okay. Did you, hopefully you saw what I did? So again, an alert window, you just click on history and then you can pick your time frame. And yes, that's part of the standard service. Wiley continues down, guys. Wiley continues down here. WLY. Again, a lifetime low. Every time it makes a new low, it's a lifetime low. Nice one again from the AI. 9% move so far. And now this probably, let me see where this showed up. So on the AI, this showed up at 33.48 as a short. Now, this may have showed up earlier also in my 10-day daily breakdown, but because I had to do a reboot a few times, I don't know if it did. But even here, 32.12, not bad. There's a $2 move. So curious, if you put all your money into this one on a short, yeah, you'd be very rich. I'm kidding you, of course. I don't think you're still around. But seriously, I mean, these two windows right there, these two scans right here. I love them. Well, I'm glad I got rid of my NKLA, most of it near that 180 mark, and then as it started making its way down, so I'm completely out of it. Everything, everything, by the way, if you're watching this, everything you're seeing here is part of the standard service. Okay. The only thing that is not part of the standard service is the AI. I mean, there are some other differences, but this is the main reason people want to take our premium service is to have access to this. And basically, you just wait for the alerts to happen, and you find a way to trade them. I use it like a watch list all day long, something that you get an alert early on in the day. Maybe it's a little too early. Maybe it comes back to the price that you want. Maybe it sets up in a different way. I just use it like a watch list. Otherwise, everything else is part of the standard service. Wow, that's a big pullback for hopefully everybody got out in time for the NKLA. Almost like they're doing a financing. All right, so I guess there was a reason in theory, okay? Um, Speed of stock gained last week after shareholders reportedly rejected the company's proposal to issue more stock shares. I mean, they were a stock issuing machine. And look how many shares there are now, 414 million. Now, maybe it bounces. There's the VWAP. 146 is the VWAP. Okay. Maybe it bounces now. Did it really? Let's take a look at Tesla. No, Tesla did not drop. Maybe the. Oh, I see. Okay. By the way, Denver, how did that China list work out for you? NKLA moves the markets. How did that China list work out for you, Denver? Okay, guys, so far on the NKLA, so far that VWAP appears to be trying to hold it. There's a GAMB, guys. Is this shortable for me? GAMB? The answer is yes, this is shortable for me. This is. Oh, they're doing a secondary. Okay. What is the price though? At 985. So it is below the secondary price and it's dropping below that secondary price of 985. So they're doing financing. And if you're wondering, well, why does the stock move down on a financing? Typically, it's because they're issuing more shares. And so, if you have shares in this, your position is being diluted because they're adding more shares. Is there a way? Are you talking about in my channel? Paradox? See, they have really readjusted everything. So again, are you talking about this? Barry's watch list, this channel here? So what is the question exactly? I mean, of course you can take anything out of here and just grab it and take it out, but what is the question exactly? Still don't know what you mean. How can I make it so when I pull up I can make it like you have your screen now? Are you talking my screen like this now, or you can? I mean, you can of course take this. Well, I mean, you can. I guess you can duplicate it into a free floating window and take whatever you want and then put it on your layout if that's what you mean. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, I don't stay on a channel ever. You know, what I do is if I see something I like, I just take it out of the channel, out of the layout, so it's free floating, and then I can put it on in my layout anywhere I want. Is that what you mean? Okay. All right, guys. So I'm anticipating Steve will be here any moment now. So what I want to do is just put my announcement in. Okay, so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Of course, I will not mute myself in YouTube room. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Before I do that, though, I will put the link to YouTube. If you're asking more questions, you want more questions answered about the anchored VWAP, you know, Steve is probably more qualified than I am. There he is. So just give me a moment, Steve. I just want to put the YouTube link in.
There he is.
There he is. Okay, guys, here is your YouTube link. Steve just showed up. Okay, so I'm muting myself in the main room. Good morning, Mr. Gomez. How are you?
Hello. I am good. I'm busy.
Go ahead.
It's been busy. It's been a busy couple of weeks, as you know.
Yeah. Well, I had a great start with Windows Update not updating correctly, and I had
That's
no
always
sound,
fun.
and
You might as
I
well
knew
take
the
a
minute
walk.
what's that?
You might as well take a walk when it does the Windows
Oh
update.
my goodness. Well, actually, it wasn't that. It was more when I put on my headset. Immediately, I knew there's something wrong because my audio was all scratchy. So I thought, okay, maybe it's just this one. But I tried three different ear pods that I've got, and they're all scratchy. So I knew something was wrong. And then everybody said I sounded bad, and
Yeah.
it came to the point I had to do a Windows install
Weird.
update, and that was it. But usually it's automatic for me. Anyway,
Timely.
what have you done? Any trades this morning, or?
I actually jumped back into CXAI. It's on my window right now, using AI as the leader. It took off
Right.
and was trying to make a move. Still is. The reason I keep trying to jump into the CXAI is I told Andy I've got that designated hitter mentality. I just keep swinging because this thing's a small float with a giant short, and so it's just
Yeah.
it's a powder keg, but it keeps having false starts and making it frustrating. So I get in, get out, but I don't want to miss it. Everybody knows that feeling about that stock you've
Yeah.
been playing for 3 days, and then it goes without you, and you just want to rip your hair out.
Well, the thing is that even if you just take a few shares, you don't have to go
Yeah,
crazy.
it's a small
Take a few
size.
shares
Crazy. Yeah,
because they can go crazy. And
it can.
so,
You
even
don't
if
need much.
you don't
If
need
it
much.
if it goes crazy, you don't need much. Yeah.
Exactly. Like 1.7 million in the float, 80% short float percent. If we can, believe those numbers, I mean,
Well,
that,
some people think the float's 8 million. Some people think it's 2. I've done my own research, as we all should do. Go around
Mhm.
on the internet and sample 5 or 6 sites, and some are 2 million, some are 8 million. So I don't know who to believe.
Let me go to the one site that people in the room
Mhm.
who I respect seem to think that this is the best site to go to because they actually seem to look at the SEC filings and all. So just for fun,
Mhm.
I'm going to check this one, and the answer is usually it's instant. This is what I'm looking at. Come on.
Oh, I
Usually
can't
it's
see.
instant.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Well,
I'll do it one more time. Maybe
we have a
just
consolidated feed of data, and we get what we get in terms of some fundamental data, and it's not always our control as to where they pull or where they pull the surveys from. So
right.
this is why it's important for short float percent and float size to do your research and look around, because sometimes they exclude institutional holders or tradable
Yeah.
shares.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we are very close. I mean, I look at it as long as we're not out a huge magnitude
Mhm.
of like our big ratio. So they have the short float at 1 million. Okay.
Oh,
So we have it at 1.7. I mean, that's,
right.
it's
Okay.
in the ballpark. It's
Yeah,
not
it's in the
like
ballpark. Close enough.
it's not like it was showing like 20
It's
million
still
and we have it
crazy.
at
It's just
1.
what level of degree crazy is this one going to be?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
wish you luck.
I've been taking over for Brian Shannon's room too. So I've been doing
Yes.
his stuff in the evening, and yeah, it's been a long week. So
Oh,
my
that.
mind is taxed, but I'm ready to go.
Okay. You want me to take over about 10-2 though?
If you can. Yes,
Okay,
thank
I
you.
can do that. Sure.
Oh, I've got a new Epic pen. I upgraded my Epic pen. Everybody can now see really cool
You upgraded it
annotations.
or you bought it?
I bought it,
Yeah,
22
okay.
bucks for the year, but look, disappearing ink is really nice. It just kind of fades
Yes.
away. Pretty cool.
I didn't know it was $22 a year. I thought it was
Yeah, it's
just the
not
one
bad.
because I bought it and I don't recall they've ever asked me to
Well,
I
there's a
bought
free
it.
version. It's freemium, and then you want to draw straight line. You get freehand only if you want to draw straight lines or have arrows or boxes and circles, and then have them disappear. You got to go for the fancy
Mhm.
stuff.
Well,
Anyway,
that actually
Barry,
okay.
it's
Okay, we'll
vacuuming
see you in
day.
about 15 minutes.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Oops. I always forget to turn that marker off. All right. Hello. I'm all settled in here now. Got my screen up. Hello, Mike. Has anybody been sent in here for the test drive for some assistance? So we're hitting towards the end of it. Happy to help. Let me show you what I actually gave Brian Shannon's audience this morning in my morning video update to them. I find it kind of interesting. So we're going to go to Q's, and we're going to go to a 60-minute time frame. And one of the ways in which you can use for anchored areas of interest are these little breakaway gaps. So if we go through and just kind of anchor that breakaway gap, well above that one. Oops, I'll get rid of that. That's a bug. Anchor. Here is another breakaway gap. We can anchor that one. Oops. Great support. Boom, boom, boom on that one. And let's go one more level into the most recent breakaway gap. And look at that. Now I get a chance to use my fancy new chart tools. great levels of support using the anchored VWAP. Well, where I'm going with this is we have a lot of airspace in here. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. So, you know, taking brand new positions. Not only that, I will also highlight the fact that, you know, look at that bit of what we call negative bearish divergence. Strong market, but it gets ahead of itself. And as you can see, it has the propensity to come back and touch the levels of support using anchors in this particular case. So a lot of airspace still in here. Be careful. Take profits if you've got some, maybe just a little bit. Pay yourself while you can, not when you have to. Hello, Rajiv. Welcome, everybody. So that is an interesting look at the market, and that's what I was discussing with the alpha trends. Brian is in Italy, and I'm honored that he gave me the keys to his website and his subscriber service. And I do so because it's a cross sell. I'm showing them our anchored VWAP channel and how we can find scans. And he's a good friend, so giving him a break as well. So it's kind of a win-win. Great question. Let's look at CXAI. And right now I'm on the 60. So I mean, we can stay in this version time frame. Let's see if we can find anything here. Well, you always want to look at the major areas of spikes. So the very first one was this one back here. This was a big push. This one put the darn thing on the radar. So everybody that chased CXAI this day, and I'll go back and we can look at the daily, but for now, let's look at the 60 because you can get some more granular minutia, I mean to say. And in this particular case, there's probably not much more to draw because, you know, look at these examples of difficulty. Now, of course, we did have this one area here where it found its way through for the day and rejected. So what we've got now, our bogey, we've got our hurdle, we have our wall, we've got to get through this wall. And in doing so, personally, I think it's going to take one of those days where AI is just on Reddit and headlines and everybody's chasing every stock that has AI in the symbol. There's a lot of them out there: BBAI, AI, IOMC, CXAI, AXAI. But AI is the granddaddy. And if that one gets going and people start looking for secondary, you know, sympathy plays, this one should fit the bill with what we just talked about: giant short float in a small float arena. So that's really the key anchor. Let's see if there's anything else we can derive. Let's go back to this most recent spike. How about that? Now we've got ourselves a double layer. Just goose eggs. It just kind of reinforces how solid that level is. Let's try the bottom side here where the buyers jumped in. Even then, the volume weighted average gives us a very, very weird look. So we can see why this thing is having such a hard time. Let's do one last anchor here on the bottom of this one. And okay, so that's our first hurdle. We've kind of cleared that recent little spike. Let's bring this down and just go to the daily chart. So using the daily chart version, you can just see right there. There's that line we were looking at on the 60-minute. This is pretty much everything. 12. 12 is the number. And you see here it stalled at 12 yesterday, and it stalled at 12 today. So this is, you know, it's kind of a lottery ticket trade. I don't have a lot of shares. When you draw, it doesn't matter where you click the candle you're adding on. Yes, it does. And so let me do this again real quick. I'll go back to the web version. I'm kind of cycling back and forth here on my charts browser interface. Let's go back to the clean version. I'm going to clean that chart up, erase the lines. We'll go back to daily. I'll do it really diligently here. So CXAI, I'm going to grab the anchor. This was the day. So this was the chase day. This was the reversal day. That's a key. So that is one, which gives us a nice support. That's interesting. Did I do that right? Hang on a second. Doesn't seem right. Did that change? Anchor. Oh, I think I know what I was doing. Okay. We needed to zoom out a little bit more. So we're actually in a pinch play. Let's do this. Let's expand this thought here. I didn't catch that. That is what I was looking at before. I was looking at this particular high. Looking at this particular high and anchoring off of that. And that gave us this top end. So essentially, if we're kind of pinching between these two events, right? Big spike back down, big spike down. So everybody who kind of chased and took a position that's underwater right now, they're being supported by that first one, but they're also being resisted by this second spike. Again, I'll draw those for you. The spike and the spike. If we come in and anchor off of this spike, what do we get? I think we get that second line that just really shows us how much, there it is, shows us how much resistance we do still have in the near term. So is that helping? Goose eggs, hopefully. We looked at two different time frames there. You can look at the 60-minute time frame. It really helps. And the dailies. And as you can see, I use this chart here. It's kind of my secondary chart because my old school stuff here I still use, but I don't like to get all those lines mixed up together. So, and I get that RSI too, which I was showing earlier on maybe the NASDAQ getting a little tired. No, it doesn't matter where you click on the candle. It doesn't matter. It's going to take the closing price, I believe. It's going to take the closing price and the average weighted volume for that day, all included. So all you have to do is just click the candle. And that goes for the 60-minute candle. It goes for any candle. Just click on the actual candle itself. And if you have to zoom in a little to do that, to make sure that you get it, which by the way is the control key and the mouse wheel will zoom you in to make sure that you just click anywhere. You don't have to click bottom top, just click the day because it's anchoring the day. And it's when we are doing a 60-minute, we are anchoring the 60-minute candle. Doesn't matter where. So, okay, cool. So you're in Brian's service. So you've been hearing me. Yeah, Mike sees right. Those big spikes are areas of interest for the market makers to contrarian algorithms to kind of just play the opposite side. And they do a good job when you see those stocks like CXAI getting spiked at a certain level and rejected, like IONK, which was a call that I was in and made for them, and was not a good call because it did exactly that. Broke out and then absolutely reversed. Just no fun. And there's a lot of that out there, so you got to be careful. Oh, okay, yeah, the 1.5 day. Yeah, that's my bread and butter, the 1.5 day. So let's get, maybe 2 chess moves ahead of ourselves here. Let's say CXAI does have a day today. It would be great if it had a day today. Let's go ahead and put that price alert in there just to remind me if it does get through there that we're on. Okay. So if it does have a good day, just drawing fun candles here, maybe it has a big spike. I would be taking probably a little bit off at the close, but looking forward to that second day. Ideally, there's no reason why at CXEI at some point cannot come back and just try to test this day at some point. And that is the area at which you want to start feeding out for your big profits, I think. And then hold on to a quarter or a third just to see if this thing has legs. And if it has legs, I mean something along the lines of what AI has done. Can you change the chart for me? legs, right? AI has been running for a couple weeks, so there's no reason to think that CXAI, if it really does get going, especially with the short float. I think one of the things I've done in the past with some of these short plays that really upsets me is I get so excited about the possibility of it running, and then I wind up, short float is giant, float is small. It's a recipe for an absolute explosion. And what I don't want to do, obviously I want it to go, but what I don't want to do is get out early, because I've seen some things way back when, like AMC and GameStop. I got out of those things way too early, and they kind of showed me that there is a potential there for some absolute crazy moves. They come and go in small chapters throughout the market. We get these pockets where things are just going crazy, and then they settle down for a while, and it's usually a sector of interest, in this case AI. So day and a half, goose egg, that's my favorite. To use as a surfing analogy, you kind of position yourself, like Brian says, anticipate, and then paddle. You're participating in the wave. A cutback or two, that's holding it overnight, and then bailing out the back end of the wave, and then letting it just turn to mush. But you got your clean face of the wave, you got your time frame, you bailed out, you got your cash back, resettlement, looking for a new wave. That to me is the perfect time frame, because that's what works for me. I have responsibilities. I can't sit here and be a button pusher all day long. I have to just kind of tend the garden, as I say, and at the end of the day is when I usually weed out the stuff that's not working, which is what I did in IO and Q. I did that yesterday, actually, before the damn Fed meeting. I just didn't want to stick around for the Fed meeting yesterday, when IO and Q was just, straight up staring at new lows going into the Fed meeting. So I went out, got out. See that sell. Hello, Bill. So setting price target, looking left at previous highs. Yeah. And what you'll hear Brian talk a lot about too, goose eggs, is, you use those levels to feed the newcomers that are chasing. Every now and then there'll be a stock trigger that breaks out, but usually it's going to be from a tight consolidation. But on a case like CXAI, if this thing gets stupid, it has the potential to get up there. And what you want to do is anticipate that wave. And I'm going to put another one up here. Those two levels are levels of interest to let me know that I probably should be feeding some out. If I can get lucky enough to get this price to move, I'll be feeding it out here, and I'll be feeding it out here for all the people that are trying to chase here and trying to chase here. I've got what they want, and it's a way to pay myself, and I can do it in the moment when I need to, not when I have to. That's a common thread. It's nice to take profits when you can, not when you have to. So 1.5 means my first point hits. 1.5 means my perfect time frame is a day and a half trade. If I can nail something, even if I've been sitting in it, goose eggs, for 2 days, all of a sudden I'm early, right? But then day 3, it goes. So what I mean is 1.5 days of momentum. And momentum is gauged by, can it follow the 10 SMA? In my experience, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart gauges momentum. Therefore, CXAI is currently in momentum. So as long as it can stay momentum, if this thing ran up, this becomes day 1, because it's breakout. And the concept is, you're taking a strong stock that everybody's been watching and everybody's watching tomorrow, likely could gap up. And if it gaps up big, then you take it. You don't even mess around. You take more off. You don't have to take it all off, but take more off. And then day 2, that's what I'm talking about, is follow through day. Now, day 2, the reason I say a day and a half is because the morning you get a lot of good follow through, be it either a gap, which you take immediately, or it just trades higher and grinds really higher in the first hour, hour and a half. But what happens is everybody else, like me, in that time frame goes, okay, well, things don't run forever. Things do have reversions to the mean. I've probably got the best meat on the bone that I can out of this trade. Everybody starts looking for profit taking in the middle of day 2 or even earlier. So therefore, I don't know if I can find a good example, but I'll just use the CXAI. Once a stock breaks this 10 SMA here and closes below, it's likely to just kind of continue to grind back down. So my signal candle is always going to be the first closing candle on a 15-minute chart that breaks that 10 SMA. And if that comes in the first half of the second day, well, that tells me, yes, this is day and a half. Momentum is dying out. So what I really mean to say is momentum, in my opinion, lasts about a day and a half, and I try to ride that particular momentum time frame. Keith, how do you ignore overbought, oversold conditions in times like this? If you care, you won't trade a lot. Yeah. So I've been around long enough to know that if I'm chasing things and feeling like I'm FOMO and missing out, you're just setting yourself up for being overweighted and overpositioned when the reversion to the mean does come. You know, the market has to breathe at some point. And so any positions that I'm in right now are either long-term positions that I don't care about. The CXAI position that I've been talking about here, this is my swing trade day and a half setup, and I hope it works. The other things I'm in, you know, they're kind of positions. Some of the things that I called out, and I'll show you some examples. I'll just bring up here my price alerts. These will be familiar to these eggs. Okay, so crowd was called. Look at the crowd on the daily chart. Is this chasing? No, it's not. But we're still in an up market. So therefore, these types of nice bull flags can still emerge. And this is looking great. Oh my God, look at that. How convenient. What's happening here? Pull back to the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart, and it held. Momentum is intact right now. You should just be sitting on your hands and not even thinking about selling something like that. Let it work. Now, when we get up here, we want to be sellers because people are all seeing the breakout. People's scans are lighting up. New 10-day high, new 10-day high, chase, chase. You have got to be the one feeding to the chasers. You've got to be contrarian. If you're going to run with the herd, you're never going to separate yourself and make money. I know I'm not going to say his name, but there's one of Brian's subscribers is a famous ex-NFL defensive back. Maybe he's mentioned it. I'm not going to say it, but he knows all too well that if you're a wide receiver, you have to get separation from him, the defender. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, to use a football analogy. You've got to get separation from the herd and anticipating, participating. And then when you get that big 10-day breakout, don't buy more. You start feeding it out to the people who are coming in, because now you've got demand rushing in and you've got what they want. So you're always trying to be kind of contrarian to what the matrix and the herd is doing out there. If you can just have that concept, even in your entries, you know, a lot of these services, you know, I don't have pullback entries, but I will buy pullback entries. But I don't like to tell people to buy a new low at a certain level. I'd rather wait for consolidation and then breakouts. So I'm not worried about missing out sometimes, Keith. There's a great quote from Jesse Livermore. If you have not read the book, Reminiscence of a Stock Operator, you must, because it's human nature. It's 150 years old and the market's still the same thing. You're trading crowd psychology. And he said, some of the best money I ever made was sitting on my hands, meaning he managed risk and didn't put himself in a situation where his account was going to draw down. So he made money by being in cash sometimes. Yext was another one here. Same concept. This one's trying to fight back, which is nice. I'll show you on the clean version here. This is what the Alpha Trends subscribers got. Okay, there's the anchored VWAP off of a gap, off of earnings, and just sliding sideways, trying to figure out, does it want to go? Maybe it does want to go. W day was another one that was just a anchored VWAP. I'll show you real quick how we do this. Draw the low. recent low, and then we draw the recent high, click, and what do you see? We see that back here, the price was being held down by what we call an VWAP pinch, but it broke back through support, actually, for the most part. Now it's just grinding higher. You know, how much meat is on this bone? This is kind of interesting because it has been moving higher through the breakout. So this is when I shift over to take a look at the intraday, and we'll look at that. It's still trying to hold intraday momentum. So all good there. Let me catch up here and make sure. Oh, I can guarantee you, Mike, Brian is not doing anything. I think he did say before he left he had some SOUN, and that was it, which is a AI trade. And I'm glad I thought about that. Look at that. I might have to jump into some of this, actually. I think I might. You know what? Every time I do this in front of people, it's a bad trade. But there's no sense in nibbling on, no harm in nibbling on a little bit. There we go. Why did I buy that? Well, what was I talking about? AI. AI is the hot sector right now. This thing is, I looked at it immediately, saw it held its 5-day moving average here. It's now cleared this 325 level, and I've actually got it pretty close to that level, pulling back right there to my 10 SMA. So I'll use that to buy sometimes, and we'll see where that goes. That's a real trade. And as I said, I've usually jinxed myself when I buy stuff or sell stuff in front of you guys. So yes, Brian is not trading. That's the whole concept. When he goes on vacation in the past, he still, trades and watches the market. And when he went to London, I took over for him. And now he's in Italy for 10 days. I'm taking over for him. He just needs a break. He needs a sabbatical from the whole thing so he can cleanse his mind. And I'm honored that he trusted me to do it. I've known him for a long time. We met each other on YouTube because we were really the only two people showing our trades on YouTube that were also losers. And so everybody enjoyed watching the losing trades and learning from them. Meanwhile, all the other idiots were out there were like, look at me, I make money every single trade 90% of the time. And we just laughed at them. So that's how we kind of found each other. On a gap day, Bill, when I dropped the anchored VWAP on the up day, it drops the line on the day before the gap. Sometimes I drop the day on the day. That's a good question. I've been drawing it on the day before the gap. I think that's the way, in matter of fact, Bill, that's the way in which our anchored VWAP channel is programmed. So there's your answer, the day before the gap. And that's what I just did on a couple of those other ones. SOUN running a little bit. Yeah, the Goose Eggs, the VWAP channel is going to continue to evolve with Brian's consult. He and Michael work together to come up with the next type of scan and how to configure a scan that he talks about in his book, or maybe something that evolves that he's learning forward. Yext off the large cap gainers, car race, not a bad daily chart. Yeah, Yext is holding in there. It's holding in there really well. Gosh darn it, did I spell it right again? YEXT, Steve. Yeah, let's go ahead and here's the answer. Anchor off of the day before, and there's our sideways line. And yes, if we can get, I'm going to redraw this price alert right there, and it'd be nice to know if we can recapture that that level. Do I do trading mentoring? I have in the past, Keith, but I'm just I'm with Trade Ideas. This is your free trading mentoring right here. Every Thursday at 12 Eastern. Come on by. But outside of this, I value my life. I've got a lot of things I like to do outside of sitting and staring at the screen. Well, let's see, goose eggs. I mean, if you haven't seen, let me bring it up. Let's go take a look here at, I'm not going to, actually, I'm going to do it. I'll do it the right way because I'll show everybody how you can do it. Docked channel bar. And you subscribe to Trade Ideas, standard subscription. But you'll notice that the anchored VWAP channel, if you click into it, it does remind you it is a subscription. It should be over here. And then there's some good information on how to use the channel. And so this is a $49 a month subscription. Now there are two scans, AVWAP pinch and AVWAP pullback from IPO, that are in this price. No, I'm sorry to say, pre-configured scan. So you can go through. One of the things I like to do is like sort. See how I can sort by ATR? I can see the crazy ones. Look, AZO has a 51 ATR. And so we can start sorting by volume or sorting pinch. Okay, so this is the pinch we talked about. It's breaking out of the higher end of the pinch. So whoever asked the question, you know, I think it was goose eggs, will they draw themselves? Yeah, they're drawing themselves right here in this scan. We can go over to anchored VWAP from IPO. Seco trying to get above its IPO anchor. ATAT challenging its a IPO anchor. Let me tell the guys I bought some SUOUN. Doing, by the way. No pain so far. Okay, so our channel, we can go through the, let's go back to IPO. These are all IPO. The purple line is the key line. All right. Oh, RVTY, whatever the hell this thing is. Revity Laboratories trying to break out from its anchored VWAP. The IPO anchored VWAP is probably one of the strongest ones there is because it's day one. Everybody that has been in since day one is either underwater or overwater, according to this sentiment indicator that Brian uses. Now, what I want to show you is we can continue on here and say, well, I want to see what else you got. Anchored VWAP. There's more. So we can change that scan and make it become anchored VWAP from large gap. And this is the one where we've been seeing like VEVE. And look at VEVE. I called this one out to Brian's room. I haven't traded this one, but I gave it to him, and thank God. Now let's talk about this in the moment here. This is where people who bought VEVE, and I gave it to him down here. This is where they should be selling a bit more up here. So that's going to be fun to talk about in the next video. I did not participate. I don't buy them all, but I put them on the board, and hopefully people can participate. But this is the kind of thing that I really like. And that it was derived, in fact, from a VWAP from Big Gap. It's on there. It's right there. Let's look at some other ones. GSIT. Okay, another one. Big Gap. There's the anchored VWAP. I wouldn't chase that chart. That's pretty much gone by now. I wouldn't chase that chart. It's pretty much gone. That's an acquisition. There's the large gap. That's ASML. So you get the idea. We can go through and just say, I don't want to look at that. I want to look at anchored VWAP pullback on the daily. So now all these things will have a pullback right into, look at that, purple line pullback. Perfect. How about that? So if you want to buy pullbacks as an area of support to buy, I'll buy this kind of stuff all the time. You use the anchored VWAP pullback, and it's finding areas of support. So what people have to do in other programs is they have to go through, yes, they can type the chart, and there are programs out there that auto draw it for you. I understand that. But they don't auto draw it for you based on a setup and curate 9,000 stocks where you don't have to look at 9,000 stocks and see how the AVWAP looks on all of them. And where do you draw it from? Do you draw it from IPO? Do you draw it from pullback? So these are different curated scans that, you know, we're offering now. So as I was saying earlier, trying to be a contrarian in the market, this is a great contrarian swing trader, right? Rather than buying Gurn up here at 373, if you like it, you could try it right here at this round number of 3. And guess what? If you're wrong, it doesn't hurt that much to sell at 295 versus being the one who bought the breakout and having to sell down here. That hurts. That risk reward doesn't hurt. So that's the anchored VWAP channel, goose eggs. All right, let me close that and catch up here. Sunshine, FLNC, your opinion, please. Of course, I love to give ideas. FLNC, on what we can see. So we got energy. It's working very well on the daily, in my opinion, grinding higher on my example of the momentum line. The 10 SMA is fully intact and a nice little pullback there. Hopefully it holds that 10 SMA. If we want to take it one step further, we can pull up the clean chart and say, what would we anchor? Would say we would anchor this little gap right here. And that's probably also this bottom wick right there. So there could be a little bit of downside left, but still it's making higher lows, and that's all you really want. Okay. Why isn't VWAP baked into TI? It's a licensing thing. Yep. With Brian involved, he has his hands in it. There's a licensing, so we share with him. It's just a feature product. I don't know if it would ever. It very well could like find itself into our premium product at some point where like everything's included. But it's a brand new product, and right now it is licensed. So you are correct. Yeah, the only person I would recommend for mentoring is Brian's service. It's hard to find people that are going to turn around and give you their time, other than group events. It's just one of those things it's hard. I mean, if you can find somebody, I don't know anybody that's doing that. You could honestly, I will say, talk to Michael Noss. Michael Noss is here at Trade Ideas. He does mentoring, I believe. He has his a side entity, Stats Edge Trading, but he'll talk to you about anything you want to know. He's a certified market technician, a CMT, just like Brian Shannon. So his name did escape me for the moment, but I think he makes himself available. Okay, so if you pull up Tesla and it's not in on any of the scans, where would you draw the VWAP? Is that what you're asking? And were you asking on a certain the 10 SMA on any chart? Okay, so if I was to pull up Tesla on the daily here, we would anchor the low. We're way above that. We would anchor this breakaway gap. And I'm going to also anchor that breakaway gap. So, you'd be finding support there. If that breaks, the next level of support could be there on a, no, I just mean the auto VWAP. Well, we don't have that for our charts yet. Like I said, I know that there are, you can program some the competitors' charts to do things like that. I imagine we will have that in later iterations. Again, this is our new HTML chart feature, so that's probably coming. I shouldn't just throw that out the window and say we can't do that. I'm certain it's probably coming. But remember, you have to anchor off of something. And so we have to tell the chart, what are we anchoring from? That's the whole key. VWAP is easy by itself. It's just value weighted average price. But the anchor portion is, well, where do you start it from? And that's where the logic has to come in of the service that we created for Brian and Michael. They work together. Okay, yeah, so Leon, I've got 2 charts. I try to keep them clean. Matter of fact, I noticed something. Let's go back and visit that and see if it's there still. I'm going to go to a 60-minute. Normally that's a daily, but I just want to show you something. I'm going to go to a 60-minute here. And I use this chart for my anchored VWAPs. All right, so I think I did this earlier. Breakaway. Oops, that was a breakaway anchor there. There we go. There we go. There's a lot of space kind of in between this last breakaway. And again, yeah, there's 2 ways you can draw it. I'm going to talk to Brian about that. Do I draw it from there, or do I draw on the 60-minute chart anyway? Do I draw it from there? You can see it's pretty close, whether I touch the top of the gap or the pre-gap. I'm not sure. I'm going to talk to him about that. But what I do also have on this chart here is RSI. And RSI is kind of telling me that, we might be running out of a little bit of steam up here. Go into highs on less and less effort, but then let's switch over to my 15-minute chart. And what do you know? We are holding, in fact, the 10 SMA. So we're still hanging in there. So that's my clean chart. I'll use RSI and I'll use that for anchored because I don't want to get them confused with the 10, the 20, and the 50. Now I refer to the 10 as the momentum indicator. As we look at the cues, I think it's pretty evident to see why that is the case. If I just kind of highlight, those areas of the 10 support. When those break, the 20 can come into play, and I call the 20 the backstop. But we're not even at the backstop yet. We're in full momentum mode. And then the 50 is what Brian calls, and myself, is the general health indicator. Anything above the 50 is doing okay. If you're trying to buy things under the 50 moving average, you're kind of in a headwind, and it makes it tough. Sorry, guys, I'm reading something. All right, let's see. Where are we? Hello, Patrick. I'm back in. This is Patrick. This is all I'm finding extremely interesting. An absolute decoupling. So I haven't looked at silver for a while, but I'm in AGQ, the levered up silver. I did not care for the bull crap way in which they gapped it down this morning, but how about that? We're back on highs. This is a tough one. So I'm back in that. I'm still in AG. This thing has just been a bugger. I do have a stop down there at 540, but I'm finding it very curious that the gold and silver stocks are not ripping higher as the dollar is puking lower. So there's kind of a weird dislocation going on there. Oh, Stats Edge Trading. Michael Noss. You can look him up on Twitter. Michael Noss, Nauss. Stats Edge Trading. You can contact him directly, privately. Have I ever taken a trade while golfing? Yes. If I have, I've both gotten out of something and also taken something. And primarily, I'll tell you what happens. Probably, I'll get like a DM or something on Slack from Andy or somebody else saying, "Yeah, check this," and then I'll pull it up and okay. But generally, I'm not looking to buy things on the golf course. If I see something and it makes sense to me, and my friends are buying it, and I don't want to miss out, I might buy some. But I have been known to also put stops in on, hey, make sure if I'm going golfing, I better make sure that, I've got some midday stops in because I don't want to be mad at myself at the end of the day. Okay. You're welcome. What indicators on a weekly chart? Same thing. Nothing different whatsoever. Let's just take it one step further. We'll go weekly. And let's bring up the Qs again. So in this case, the momentum becomes what? The 10-week moving average. It's all scalable. It's all fractal. However, I am concerned about the amount of space now that we're kind of creating here. This is just, I'm watching this real closely. You know, if the end of the, or I'm sorry, if midday, the Qs and SPYs decide to roll over and start posting red candles below what we've been putting in today. And if you look left, considering that we're a bit overbought on the the weekly chart, this is why I'm not taking on a lot of new positions, and I have no fear of missing out. The last thing you want to do is look at a bunch of green candles and go, oh my God, I'm not positioned enough. I've got to jump in because everybody's going and I'm not participating and I'm missing out. That's the worst emotion you can have trading, period. I don't care what time frame you're trading in. I don't lose balls, Michael. Mike, I find them. Find other people's. All right, guys, we're getting close to the top of the hour. Does anybody have anything that I haven't addressed yet that I need to help you guys out with?
You can go. You can go.
What's that?
You can go.
I can go?
You can go.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you were
That's
whispering
what
in
I'm
my ear?
saying. I'm saying I'm whispering in your ear so that nobody else hears.
I actually do have to go to the bathroom. So yeah, I can go.
Oh, that's way too much information.
Well, I mean, when you're sitting here forever, come on. Pushing
Hey.
56 years old here.
Catheters, okay?
No, those hurt.
No.
Those hurt.
It is funny, Steve, just briefly, I was involved in a website years and years and years ago, and where the guy who was running the website said, okay, you know, I'm going to start this little service and I'm going to call out the trades and you have to act really quickly. And I said, well, yeah, but what if I have to go to the bathroom? Like, what do you do? Catheter. That's all he said. He said,
adult diaper.
Never forgot that.
That's funny.
So anyway, take off now, Steve. You can.
Sure.
You can go.
I'll just tell Leanne. I don't use the anchored VWAP much on the 15-minute chart. You know, 30 and 60 are probably better, but daily I think is the best. Hopefully that.
You do see, Steve. You do see that they're being added.
Oh, they're being added. Yes, we have them,
and they're there now. They're there now.
They're there now. We did go through the AVWAP channel menu, but I didn't touch on them all. But yeah, there's we've got some midday stuff. I need to start looking at those. I haven't even looked at them yet.
Yeah, I think, Michael, it's a work in progress though, because the one thing that needs to be done, in my opinion, the pinches, when you're looking at a pinch, they have to be way closer together.
We talked about that. That's the first thing that Brian and Michael talked about tweaking is bringing a more narrow band. Exactly. Yeah.
Because what are you looking at otherwise?
Just,
you know, I mean,
street view.
Yeah, exactly. So we get those pinches really a lot closer. It makes a lot more sense if the stock breaks above or below. It makes.
Well, what I'm finding, the nature, the price action of the pinches, when they break out of those pinches, they seem to turn into like daily grinders. They just kind of grind higher for a few days, and they don't give you much sweat. But you know, that's something I'm noticing. I mean, this is all new. This is in the last 3 months. I wouldn't have said that 3 months ago. Trading is ever evolving.
And I'm sure you're going to say something differently 3 months from now.
I will. All right, Barry. I'll see you later.
Okay, Steve. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in the YouTube room. And I'm the main room, guys, back in the main room. Let me get rid of my announcement. Okay, now, why did I bring up pets? Because I remember yesterday I said put a note and take a look at pets. And of course, when I had all my problems this morning, I forgot to look at pets, but pets is now down. I mean, it's not down a huge amount, but it had the big down day yesterday, approaching a lifetime low, PETS. But yeah, I mean, Now that EDTX, I'm noticing here. I mean, this is the crazy one today, obviously. Low float, 250. I'm going to check another website. And this is a this is a SPAC. And the only news I could see was that, instead of dissolving the company, they've agreed to extend it for 6 months in terms of finalizing their merger, if it ever gets finalized. I mean, that's okay. But anyway, let me take a look at another website, check to see what they've got for the float. Find it. There we go. So what is it? EDTX. EDTX. Yeah, so they don't even have information. So this website doesn't even have information on the float. The market cap is 35 million, but they don't have information on the float. Our provider is 255,000, which makes sense in terms, because how does something go up $22, 200%? It's going to have a ridiculously low float. But in my opinion, the reason that this is going up is crazy. And yeah, I wouldn't anticipate there be any EDTX shorts. So understand, I mean, all they did was an amendment to extend the date in order to finalize this business combination. So it was supposed to be done today, really, but now they've extended it 6 months. So why not go up 31% in the pre-market and now 200%? And that, I love that, because you get a lot of people saying, well, how can you possibly take a stock that's up 31%? Because it can go up 200%. I mean, this craziness can happen. SPAC, that's the acronym, Leanne. Okay. Basically, it's a company formed. You and I could form a company and we put money in it. And then what we're doing is we're looking for a company. Usually it's a private company, most of the time. I would say 99% of the time, it's some private company out there and we take them public. Okay. So it basically, instead of that company having, like the company that is being taken public, having to go through all the hoops of going public, it's sort of a trickier way to do it, kind of sidelining a lot of the processes that normally have to happen. Okay. And the whole SPAC, SPAC, it's special acquisition company, special program, special project. I don't know. I can't remember anymore what the P stands for. But if you look it up, purpose, thank you, Pepe. Purpose. Hit the post twice. So if you look it up, though, if you just type in SPAC in caps, you'll have you'll get a lot of information about what they are. But they kind of exploded in 2018. There was an explosion of all these companies created just in order to take other companies public. Okay, one of the more famous ones, I think, was wasn't it Virgin Galactic or something like that? I think that was one of the. There probably were ones earlier than that, but I think that might have been the most famous one at the beginning that really got it rolling. And then, so if these guys are smart, what they were doing when EVs were hot or when crypto was hot, they would say, "Hey, we're going to merge with this company in that sector." Okay, and then so they try to merge with a company in a hot sector. Now the problem is that when they set up these SPACs, it could take a year, it could take 2 years before anything actually happens. I think there is a time period in which the commission says, hey, give back the money, what's left in the SPAC, to the original investors if a merger hasn't been accomplished by a certain date. DWAC is a classic case. Okay, DWAC is a SPAC, and you probably know the story behind it. And they've been given ultimatum after ultimatum after ultimatum, and here we are. Definitely type in SPAC, okay, in your whatever search engine you use, and you'll get a very detailed explanation of what they're all about. And that whole market exploded. We had literally, we called it like the SPAC sector. Hundreds of them were coming out. And then one day, somebody looked and said, well, wait a minute now. This SPAC came out, or this SPAC merged with this company. The company went crazy. And then, a week later, a month later, 2 months later, I'll make up a number. The merged company goes up to $40. And now you're looking at it and it's at two, okay, or three or five. In other words, and so they started looking at all these and saying, well, wait a minute. There's no value in these. So then all of a sudden that market just dried up. Now they're still there, but it's nowhere near as prevalent as they were before. Schrodinger. Look at this one move. Not an earnings play that I can see. SDGR. Jefferies maintains coverage with a price target of 60. Why not? So I guess this is what got this one going this morning. And then there was Chamath. I think he was the one that did Virgin Galactic. I think. Okay. And he had an ingenious way of naming his SPACs. He started off with IPO-A, and then IPO-B, IPO-C, IPO-D, and he actually I don't know if the right word is patent, but got it locked up so he could go all the way up to IPO-Z. I don't know where he stopped, but at some point, that gentleman, that individual, was the king of the SPACs. That's what you were talking about. That's what I thought you were talking about. Yeah. Would you short? Well, first of all, almost for sure there are no shorts available. Okay. Question in our YouTube room. Now, if you have, center point or something like that, maybe. Okay, but most brokerages will not have any shorts available for EDTX, and you run the risk. Would I short it at 39? Yeah, if I known it was going to do this, but it could have gone from 39 to 60. Really, really dicey. Okay. But as I say, it's sort of a moot point. I don't think very few brokerages will have shorts for this one, EDTX. All right, guys. So it's 1 o'clock. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. I'm sure. Yeah. Cobra probably has them. Centerpoint probably has them. What does it cost you, Kiwi? Trade Zero may have them. Shorts available for EDTX, but all right, guys. Now, Next had a pullback, but I believe right to the VWAP. NEXC had a pullback to the VWAP. And 783, let's take a look at where it pulled back to. Yeah, look at that, guys. I mean, right to that VWAP area, bounced off it. And now, an argument to be made, if it can take out the high of the day, which is 811, it could try to maybe get up to that 842 area, 850, 842, 850 level. Look left on the weekly chart. Well, Drew, there's no. Okay, I mean, there are some people that would say if it's way above the 200-day moving average, chances are it could move down towards it. Okay, sort of to the mean, I guess. Back to the mean, and if it's way below, I mean, just like the VWAP, there are people that'll say if it's way above the VWAP, chances are there'll be a mean reversion to it. If it's way below, chances are a mean reversion. But when I talk about the SMA, okay, I'm more talking about when the stock is near it. What is it going to do if it approaches it? Now, will it approach it and then bounce off it when it's coming from the top? And if it's coming from the bottom, will it approach it and go and bounce off it back down? I mean, that's all. So, but there's no hard and fast rule. It's just that, in theory, stocks above the SMA or 200-day moving average are strong, below weak. I mean, that is a real simplistic way of looking at it. Trademark. Thank you, William. That's probably the word. Trademarked all the way up to IPOZ. I don't think he's done anything for a few years, though. I think he was dumped all over. Well, the anchored VWAP is the same sort of thing. Watch what it does around the anchored VWAP. I mean, does it bounce? Does it come into it and bounce off it, or does it break down through it? There's no, if you're looking for the absolute, there isn't one. Okay, but definitely tremendous areas of interest. That's why I keep looking at the IGT. On the anchored VWAP, I will continue to look at it. I mean, it's having a tough. Where is it right now? I'm going to bring it back up. Yeah. So now look what it's doing. It actually has broken below the anchored VWAP IGT. Okay. Now it becomes interesting. Will it continue down, or will this stall it and then pop above it? If you look at NVIDIA, I don't have NVIDIA. Unfortunately, it is off Michael's list, but NVIDIA kind of did the same thing. I had the huge pop on earnings, and the anchored VWAP was drawn from the wherever it closed the day before of earnings. And then it actually dropped below a couple of times, and then it finally made its way up, and then it started to really move. So it's just an area of interest. There's no hard and fast rule. Right now, where is that? 31.14. So, I would wait to see what happens. Does it close below? And then if tomorrow it starts moving, I might even short this. If it starts moving down again, I might even short this. Now that anchored VWAP line will change, because more information is coming in all the time. So, but there's no just yes, short a stock if this happens and go long a stock if this happens, and that doesn't work 100% of the time. Of course not. Best thing to do. I know on ag all the time. Try it. See what happens if you took this short. If you decided, what, I think this is breaking down through that anchored VWAP. I'm going to short it. Try it. Do it in the simulator and see what happens. You could put. In fact, why don't I do it just for fun? I'm going to do it. I mean, typically you'd wait for the day to close, but I'll just do it for fun. It looks like the anchored VWAP is around 3102. So if I sell, oops, got to get my quantity in. We'll just do 100 shares, okay? I'm going to sell, send. So now I am short this, and my stop will be at around 3102. I mean, remember, before I take a trade, I know this is all mapped out ahead of time. I know where my stop is. I obviously know where I'm getting in and why, and that share size is big. But all I want to do right now is just show you. Let's see what happens. Okay, we'll put a stop at 3102. There you go. Let's see what happens. But what I would really do is wait for this candle to close today. This is a daily chart. And then tomorrow, if it continues down, that would be a signal for me anyway. Okay, you could probably short it. Doesn't mean it's going to work 100% of the time. But the fact that it's broken down and then it continues to break down through that anchored VWAP, well, let's just try a short. And Brian Shannon, I mean, anchored VWAP was around before him, but he sort of took a real hard look at it, and so he's been kind of specializing in this. But that's what he was saying is start your anchor from an event, a news event, where there's a gap. And so that's what Michael has been able to do. Is so when you click on something, the anchored VWAP line is automatically drawn for you. Okay, and you can see, obviously you see the gap. Typically, it could be an earnings play, like NVIDIA was. IGT is not an earnings play. There must have been something else. Okay, but you can see the gap. Here's GSIT. I mean, I'm sort of interested. I'd love to see how this is going to close today. This is a little bit different because, well, there's the gap, I guess. Yeah, so it gapped up on this day. Yeah, well, that's a big gap. It went from 4 to 6. So that's a big gap. So the software is recognizing, I don't know what percent the gap has to be in relation to the stock price, or if I'm sure it has to be more than, it's not just based on a dollar amount, it must be based on some kind of percent. finds the gap, okay, finds the stocks that are gapping, puts the anchor at the close of the day before, and then draws the anchored VWAP. I'm not saying this is beautiful, but it broke down a couple of times, hanging around. Now, it looks like it's trying to move away from it. And this is almost a lifetime high. But everything has to be analyzed on its own. Thank you, Kit. Appreciate that. All right, guys, I have a promo code. Father's Day promo code. So let me just get it. Father's Day 25. Let me make sure it's working. Okay, I just want to make sure this promo code is working. So I'm going to click on my homepage link, get it up here, and get trade ideas. Let's go to a monthly standard purchase, all in caps. Father's Day 25. Hit the right arrow, and I should get 25% off. Yes, there we go. Okay, so the promo code is alive right now, guys. Let me put it in here. Now, I probably have, if you give me a moment, I can probably create an easier way to do it if you do want to take out a subscription. Okay, but for the time being, I'm just going to put it in here. Father's Day. Okay, so Teresa, there's the promo code, Father's Day 25. Okay, so you click on my homepage link. Oops. So there you go. So click on my homepage link, and then obviously do not use Barry 15. Okay, use Father's Day 25. I'll have a more direct link. I just have to create it, but for right now, those of you who want to take out a subscription, and remember, the promo code is good for the first month only or the entire year. Okay, so we get so many questions from people saying, "Hey, I took out a monthly subscription. I used the promo code. How come I'm being charged full price the second month?" Well, it's only good for the first month. If it were good for month after month, why would we have an annual subscription? Okay, at the same promo rate anyway. Nobody would take out an annual. The whole idea of taking out an annual, and you don't have to, nobody has to take out an annual, but if you've got the cash sitting there, and not doing anything, you can take out an annual and get a better prorated monthly rate. Basically, that's why somebody would take out an annual. But you don't have to. You can keep going month to month. But this is what I would do if you don't know the program very well. and you're worried, well, man, what if I miss the 25%? I wouldn't mind taking out an annual, but I don't know the program well enough. Maybe I don't like it. Well, you can at least try us for a month. Okay, you can try our standard or our premium service for a month, get the 25% off. And if within 30 days you decide, you know what, I love this, I want an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So it gives you another month to try us out to make sure you do want an annual if you do choose an annual. And again, I caution people from taking an annual because you have to look at the terms and conditions, okay, of an annual subscription. The refunds are not there. Yeah, Teresa, I wish I had a better answer for you. I mean, obviously, you probably don't want to use an emulation program like Parallels. I'm assuming you don't want to do that, because then you could take full advantage of it. But it all depends. I mean, if you don't care about, oops, was I stopped out? Yeah, see there you go, guys. I was stopped out. Just wanted to show you how that worked. Got stopped out of the IGT. You put the stop in, got stopped out, $25 loss. But again, I would not have taken this trade. I would have waited today to see where it closed at the end, and then I would watch it tomorrow. And if it started down tomorrow, I probably would have taken that short. Um, yeah, so I mean, if you don't care about using our simulator to trade, practice trading, and if you don't care about having the races, then the web-based version is fine. But unfortunately, this Brokerage Plus, in which you can practice trading, is just not available in the web-based version, and neither are the races. But again, you can, if you don't mind an emulation program or using something like AWS, well, if you're here just for the scanner, and these type of scans, creating your own alerts, alert scans, taking some from me, looking at the channel bar, taking some from there, then the web-based version isn't bad. And ultimately, what we want to be able to do is just have a web-based version. I mean, most people out there, the world is so used to just going to a web or using a browser and getting into a program that way rather than having to download an app. Okay, so ultimately, that's what we want to be able to do to really close the gap between the downloadable application and the web-based version. But from what you said, if you're just looking for a scanner, I mean, this is what the web-based version. I mean, you can do And how many monitors do you have, Teresa? Mhm. I mean, that's the other sort of drawback, I guess, between, the web-based version. Obviously I've got 3 monitors and it's so simple to put, different scans on different monitors, move things around. Not so much in the web-based version, but I mean, in terms of you can still have all of the same functionality in terms of building scans, getting real-time alerts, the whole bit using the web-based version. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:19. So I'm going to do a video, and I do have a marketing meeting at 2. So I'll do my video now. Should be back by about 1:20. I'm sorry, right, 1:30. Okay. will mute myself right now. Okay, guys, I'm back. Hey, just looking around to see if there's anything kind of interesting. I have some thumbnail charts. I'm not seeing too much activity. Oh, goose egg. So yeah, I mean, question is, can I make a chart independent? Basically, only two options with our charts. There are others, but I don't think most people use them. But take a look at this. If I right click on the chart, sorry, left click on the chart, right click on the chart, right click on the chart, and this box will pop up. Click on properties, hover over properties, and you'll see it says symbol linking. Underneath, they have pre and post market. Then underneath that is symbol linking. So if you uncheck it, then just like the SPY is unchecked. These three are checked. So that's why when I click on an alert, these three move, these three change to the symbol. This one doesn't. So it's just a matter of unchecking the symbol linking. Okay. So you can create your chart, put Apple up, and then just make sure symbol linking is unchecked. So again, right click on the chart that you want to have symbol linking unchecked. So right click on it. You go to properties. This will, when you hover over properties, this box will pop up. And just uncheck symbol linking. Okay. And that should give you what you're looking for. It's the Shady and Williams show. Point to counterpoint. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to get some of these AI alerts. If there's anything happening, take a look at Kellogg. I can kind of see that if Kellogg can get over this level here, maybe to 66, it may have a bit of a run in it. I know it got stopped out, but that, use it like a watch list, and it might, later on in the day, it might come back. So I'm just going to put an alert there around 66, see if it takes it out. If it does, that'll mean it'll have almost gone positive for the day. UTME, you were just talking about UTME. Look at UTME go. UTME. This is shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. China stock. Low float, 3.7 million in the float. Doesn't look like Next is going to do it. NEXT doesn't look like it's going to do it, guys. It's right on the VWAP again, 783 approximately. It's kind of hoping it would hold 8 and then start to really move from there. This doesn't look like it wants to do that. It's a weird one. The KFA Mount Lucas Managed Futures Index Strategy ETF, KMLM. Why do I see this? Is showing up in my 20-day range low? If this were a true stock, boy, you'd be looking left and you'd be seeing, well, 30.38, but down here around 30. Maybe, you know what? It's not, doesn't have as much room as I think. Well, guys, this GSIT has got a mind of its own right now. I mean, we watched this. Too bad. A little bit choppy. It's had some pullbacks. It hasn't been like easy on the way up. But when it took out yesterday's high of 829, which was right about, oh, that's a daily chart. I'm sorry. It was right, right around here. Guys, give me a moment. I just have to send a video off to somebody. Give me a moment. Hey guys, I have to put myself on mute just for a moment, okay? I have to find this document. All right, guys, I'm back. JFBR. What is JFBR doing? I haven't seen this one for, oh, it's under $1. Okay. Only way it makes it in here is it is over $1, so it must have popped over $1. Yeah, it came right back down under $1. JFBR. And so look what happened with POW. That was an earnings play. POWW broke through the 200-day, and now it's sitting on it again. 234 is the 200-day moving average. Is that 233? Will this stall it, or will it bounce and continue higher? I actually put an alert here for POW at around, looks like around 261. And it got almost there. It got up to 256. Why 261? Because that's the high of a few weeks ago, a few months ago, actually. And if we could get through that, then the next high is around 327. So that would have had room to move if it had taken out that 260 mark. Right now, though, this looks weak, obviously. There are shorts available for me, 1.76 million at Interactive Brokers. So yeah, still up for the day, 14%. Boy, I just feel I missed the boat on this, GSIT. Almost a lifetime high. Wow, no kidding. Spectacular collapse. No kidding. I know you're not in it still, William. Wow, what a, yeah, no kidding. What a collapse from 339, almost $1 move down on a $3 stock. Huge, huge move down. Haven't seen one like this for a while. Okay, guys. So this one, the CELZ, not bad volume. The volume is coming in. The big thing about this one, though, is it's 617 right now. It can alert around 7. Okay, it's not going to happen today. At least I doubt it will happen today. Though with that float, anything is possible. But, it would have to be traded millions, I think. But you can see what could happen if it takes out 7, because the ultimate high is way up here at 13. Okay. I think the Cava has just slowed down, right? CAVA has just completely slowed down. Mhm. 1,000,000 shares. All right. This could get going. I'm gonna stick an alert, right at 42.80. Ooh, okay, just underneath 43. Why? Well, take a look at these 2 candles here, 50-minute candles. They're just around that price, and if it takes that out, you never know. It might go on a late day run. The high was way up here, almost 47, so I have an alert set for just just underneath 43, just in case it at the end of the day, it decides it wants to move. Okay, guys, I'm trying to create the link for the Father's Day code, so it's a lot easier. What am I doing? Okay, guys, there's next. It came back. It came back. Next came back. What's it doing right now? 812. So this could get interesting. It's got the room, a little bit of room now. 846 is the next high looking left. Okay, it works. Okay, give me a moment. I just want to set up this code for you guys. All right, let me see if this works. Okay, Father's Day promo, and let's see if this link works the way it's supposed to. Yes, there we go. Okay, so here's the code, guys. So you don't have to go through my homepage. You can just click on that. Well, we looked at this one earlier. This one kept moving higher. SDGR kept moving higher. I cannot see any news on this one. So it had a presentation on the 13th. Driven by the optimism surrounding the company's recent presentation at the Goldman Sachs 44th Annual Global Healthcare Conference. All right. Has earnings on the 3rd, August 3rd. Now, IGT is getting close again to that VWAP. The real, no, not the anchored VWAP, but the 3104. So this might, boy, I have to see how this trades towards the end of the day. I may go long this one again. Remember, I took this short just as a demonstration in the simulator, but I'm still very interested in going long this one. But GST, look at this. I mean, look at all the days that it kind of hovered around the anchored VWAP. And then yesterday it closed up here, 787. Then you could have bought that with your stop, 737, 50-cent stop. Could you make $1 off that? 790, 890. Yep. So you could have had a 1 for 2 right now by just a very simple way, even intraday. Even intraday. I mean, this is why I'm kind of somewhat excited about this. So a anchored VWAP from a big gap. So the idea then is to take a look at these at the end of the day, see where they are in relation to the anchored VWAP. What was it doing, over the last few days? And if it closes near the high, you can take it as a potential swing, and you've got a pretty defined stop if it breaks down below the anchored VWAP. So it's kind of, I mean, everybody wants, okay, where should I take it and where's my stop? Well, not just in general, people are itching for something like that. Well, I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but boy, what's the float on this? 17 million. I mean, it's a little bit dicey, but All right, so somebody said, what a big draw for EDTX. Yep, but no, a big pop, but a $5 pop. Too bad. So here's another one, here is Zuo, ZUO. I don't know when this showed up on the list. That's the problem. I just don't know when these things showed up first on the list. Another earnings play. Okay, that's the earnings gap for ZUO. It's been hugging the VWAP at the beginning and then moved higher. VWAP greetings, or wait a minute, VWAP greetings. This is from our YouTube room. By the way, I'm just going to show you what happened for me. CELZ, let's take a look at CELZ. VWAP is at 579. Yeah, kind of looks like it's trying to hold. I'm kind of holding out for a bigger move, late, like maybe not today, but maybe tomorrow on a 7 break. It's such a low float. By the way, VWAP, did you purchase the anchored VWAP, or are you using it all during this test drive? I know you don't have to be part of the test drive, but just because, based on what you call yourself, I'm assuming you love to play around the VWAP. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, guys, wow, 156. So I've got to go into this marketing meeting. So I'll be back in a bit. Are you actually using the anchored VWAP? VWAP. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room that calls themselves VWAP. So are you actually using this, the anchored VWAP channel? Just wanted to know if you even had a chance to look at it. Still available until I believe Tuesday, including Tuesday. But are you using this? Did you take a look at the anchored VWAP channel, where the lines are automatically drawn for you? And we have the various strategies. It's okay if you're not, but I just am curious. All right, guys, I've got to go into this marketing meeting, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm on mute. I'll put myself on mute right now. back. And the volume jump in 1,000 or 1,000%. This is what I use in this one. The momentum up and down. Okay. I don't think it's not a custom formula. Yeah, right here. Volume 1 minute, 1,000%. You know, you can put any percent you want. But yeah, I've been using this for a long time. I think you might have been mixing it up with the actual number of shares traded in 1 minute, which does require a custom formula. But if you're just looking for a percentage volume spike, this is a great one. And by the way, guys, so yeah, you probably saw me put a bunch of price alerts on Kava. So if you recall, I said if Kava can get over 43, in other words, basically, excuse me, over the high of that candle, the 1215 candle and the 115 candle, they were both at 42.75. And I set a price alert. I think it was just under 43. I think it was actually 42.97. In fact, that's what it was. It did it, and I took some. I mean, you know, and it's worked out quite well. You know, obviously sold some off. I think that was an all-time high. Well, all-time high, the day's high. Yeah, that was the day's high right here. I've sold some off, and we'll see what happens going down the road on this one. I don't often do this for an IPO, but you know, I think the market is starved right now for a more high profile IPO, and we haven't had one for a long time. Not that I think Kava is super high profile, but it certainly garnered some interest. Garnered some interest. So I don't know what I'm going to do with it. You know, it depends. If it closes high, if it closes at the highs, I may hold on to a bit. Well, don't you dare short the trade 22. Of course, I'm just kidding. You do what you want. Of course, I'm just kidding. I wish they would all work this well. Just put a price alert, and then you get the alert, and then it just runs from it. But you could kind of see. I mean, look, here's the high. That was the second 15-minute candle. I mean, it's just trader mentality, guys. You know, something that breaks out of a certain level, and then the next high was the day's high. You know, the traders like me are going to probably take some just to see. Oh, I should put an alert right at the high. There we go. I mean, now we're at the day's high. Wow, it's turning into a great trade. You mean the day of the IPO, William? Yeah, I don't know what the rules are exactly, but evidently Centerpoint doesn't care. I don't know how they find the shorts exactly, but it must cost a fair amount. Boy, this is really moving, guys. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. I'm gonna, believe it or not, I'm just gonna, for fun, put a price alert at 50. Now, the other one that, in theory, that was supposed to open today, I don't believe it opened. A real cheap IPO. Let's go to my IPO calendar. So I don't think this opened, SXTP. I don't believe it opened. There's the Kava. I don't believe this one opened, MSS. But you know what? Instead of guessing, I'll just actually type those symbols in. But I don't think so because I would have seen the price alert. No. So this may not open today. Okay, this may not open today. It doesn't look like the MSS is going to open today. I wanted, okay, AZTR, definitely want to know about that one if it opens tomorrow. I think equity, has a bit of a reputation, the people behind it. So what I'm going to do is just set a price alert at $1. And the one and well, very cheap 1.5 million shares. And between say 4 to 5. Next step, is it China? No. So it's a US stock, so it's not China. That's the only other thing I usually put in case it's China. I should check. I doubt very much this is China. Oh, wait a minute. Especially Asian grocery. They're incorporated in Delaware. Okay. All excited. I kept seeing China here, but it's not a China stock. And then how about this one? This 60 degrees pharmaceuticals. No, US stock. Guys, I put a price alert for this relay. Take a look at relay, guys. RLAY. Look what could happen. So I put this price alert. I think just over $13, and that is the high of these candles here. The big deal, of course, is looking left. So it's a little bit like the Vera. Okay, the Vera had the huge downturn, and maybe this is the first day. Now it's a therapeutic, so it's a bio, but you can see what could happen if it can take out 13. May not happen today, may not happen ever, but if it does, just put your price alert just over 13, and then who knows? Maybe it'll start to try to fill in this void, and I just direct you to Vera. Look at the weekly on Vera. Now the other one was a daily, but look at the weekly on Vera, and then of course I had the 2 great days. Again, I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen, but it has a similar look. The only difference is that this relay is on a daily chart. And let's see, not a low float, 83 million in the float, so it's not high short float percent though. 22% is short. So again, could be interesting tomorrow. Oh, I just put it on my little pad that I'll be using for tomorrow, or the piece of paper I'll be using for tomorrow. Relay. Don't forget. Here's another one, Fade, another little bio. What sort of room does this have? A little bit of room, 630 or so. A little bit of room. I'm finding these here, guys, in the 20-day range break. That's all I'm doing. I'm just kind of going through these symbols to see what's up. No, this is the internet bull 3 times, okay? WEBL. And again, I'm sharing this 20-day range break and the 20-day range, not a break. No, it's not a break. It's just these are stocks at or below the 20-day rate, at or below the 20-day price. So in other words, the low of the last 20 days is below that. Okay. And the high of the last 20 days is above it. Other filters in place, of course, but that's why we're not saying obviously there are more stocks that are at 20-day lows than just Kura, but I have other filters in place. Otherwise, I'd be inundated with stocks that I don't care about. But guys, we've got another half an hour or so, maybe a little bit longer, 320. Yeah, 320. So 40 minutes. Just pop this link in again if you do want to take out a subscription. 25% off. That promo is good at least until Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Sunday night, Father's Day promo. Okay, Diego. So you sort of answered your question to me, haven't you? I mean, if I thought it would help me trade, I'd use it. I just don't think it can help me trade, so I don't use it. Now, again, I'll always state it like this: because I don't do something doesn't mean you or anybody. Again, I'm talking in general. I don't use. I don't have I hardly have any indicators on my charts. But if you can find a way to use indicators, RSI, stochastic, MACD, whatever and you can find a way to use it and make money, great, keep doing it. If you can find a way to use level 2 and make money, great, keep doing it. I just found it was just another thing that not confused me, but for me, it just wasn't necessary. In the old days, going back many years, absolutely necessary. But I think once, I don't know when it really started, maybe the high frequency trading, and you get all these games being played, bid and asks being put in and then yanked. And there are people in this room, I'm sure, that use level 2 and they swear by it. And that's great. Right? I guess Cav is not going to get to 50. Oh, well. Out of the trade, guys. What did it get up to? Got up to 48 something? 48. Is it about $48? Okay, I'm going to start looking at some of these now. The anchored VWAP from Big Gap, because I'm wanting to see if anything really sets up for me that I might want to take. But I'm going to have to wait till the end of the day, near the end of the day, anyway. Oh, you can see the BRZE. Was this an earnings play? Yes, this was an earnings play. So that's where the anchor was set. Okay, at the close of that day before earnings. This is the reaction to earnings. So there's your gap. The anchor to VWAP is set. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of my view. Oh, I know what's happened. This is an old chart. I'm going to do something that I might regret. Why would I do it? Well, it's almost the end of the day. So want to get back to my HTML charts. And let's see if this, yeah, it's going crazy. Yeah, didn't like that. I'll have to do it before the market opens, I think. Otherwise, it goes a little bit crazy. Okay. I had to try Pepe, and yeah, it's gone wacko. Everything's gone wacko now. Maybe I can leave early now then. Wow. This really went crazy. Oh, here we go. Slowly but surely. Just the weekly chart now has to stop being crazy. Yeah, my computer just went a little bit crazy when I did it. I think I'm actually hung up now. Unless I can escape a couple of times. Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm hung up. All right, guys. Control Alt Delete Mr. Task Manager and okay, back to the drawing board. Okay, I want to get back to my anchored VWAP channel. I want to get that up free floating, the one that I like. Large gap, free float it, close this channel down. Do it again. So this, I was trying to bring up BRZE. So BRZE is interesting. I mean, it a few days, 1, 2, 3, not today, but 1, 2, 3 days, that bottoming tails into that anchored VWAP, and then all I was trying to do was to get rid of it. I was trying to go to the other chart because the other chart doesn't have the VWAP. I don't like the VWAP on my chart. So let me just go to my indicators or modify. All right. That's a little cleaner now. Well, look at relay, guys. It may happen today. RLAY. It may happen. See if there's any news on this one. Okay, Wainwright and their what price target? $32. Why not? $13 right now. $32 price target by Wainwright. They're probably the most notorious, I would say, out there of putting all these, shall we say, silly price targets. Goldman Sachs dropped because of okay. That's a pretty big move. 343 down to 336. Basically flat for the day now. I wish this BRZE had a little bit more room when I look left. I mean, it may not stall here, but 44.44, so about $2 to the next highs looking left for BRZE. Had earnings on the 8th, so that was the big gap. That was the big gap. Held that anchor VWAP. Ah, as Michael Knotts is pointing out, I didn't think Ride. I mean, how did Ride get to be a $4 stock? And of course, they did a. When was their reverse split? They announced their reverse split on May the 23rd, and so effective May 24th, and it was a 1 for 15 reverse split. So let's put it in perspective. 1 for 15 reverse split. So so if you adjust, this is a 26-cent stock, guys. Okay, so 26-cent stock. Now it's had a nice run today, and people in it today, they don't care. They weren't trapped at 26 cents. Here's the day they did the reverse split, and this drop from 4, man, down to 283. In other words, 18-cent stock, 18 cents really down here, split adjusted. That's of course why, remember now, this is split adjusted. Ride never got up to 475, but split adjusted, that's where it would have to go right now to actually make an all-time high. So it's interesting talking, well, for me anyway, interesting talking about, obviously this is an EV play. In Canada anyway, I'm seeing a lot of ads for that Polaris EV. A lot of ads, and not 2 in the morning. I don't know what it's like in the US regarding Polaris ads, but it looks like a pretty nice looking vehicle. Based in Minnesota. Okay. Maybe that's why a neighboring state, maybe that's why we're seeing a lot of ads. But seriously, I see a lot of ads for that. I don't think I've ever seen an ad for Tesla. I don't know if Tesla really advertised. I'm kind of serious, but I'm seeing a lot of ads for Polaris. Because we're getting to the point ourselves in the Anderson household of looking at a car maybe within the next year. Meanwhile, the market is just absolutely surging and surging and surging. No pullback today whatsoever. We had a minor one. No, not a pullback. There's a pause, and just surging and surging and surging. I think I have an alert set for 460. I think that in that area, that will be an all-time high for the SPY. Good afternoon, Denver. Have a good ride. I might go out myself. Hey guys, I just want to, if you want my scans or anything else from my homepage, just quickly go over what you can find. All right. So on my homepage, again, obviously do not use that promo code. Use Happy Fathers 25. Sorry, Father's Day 25. Sorry. Father's Day 25. Father's Day all in caps and no apostrophe. So Father's Day 25. Don't use that code. You get 25% off first month only or the entire year. You must do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. I've already done a stock of the day video. Trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. All the education, the user guide is here. And here are my scans. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking just for my scans, just scroll down until you get to the scans section. And here they are. Okay. And as always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you either use that link that I gave for Father's Day promo, or go into my homepage and then click on the Get Trade Ideas. And again, don't use that promo. Use Father's Day 25. If you save my homepage, then you'll be able to look at my scans and or the education section anytime you want. Yeah, yeah, I do have the VWAP also getting close. Yes, 42.91, 42.91. Carnival core had the gap here. I think it's too far away from this anchored VWAP. That's well, it is way too far away. So what you need to do is, or what this would have to do is start to come into it a bit. you know, and start to maybe bounce off it, hold it, but this is just too far away to take now. Again, all I'm doing is just, you know, kind of cycling through these. Forget about the VEC, that is a buyout. Michael is trying to work on somehow eliminating stocks that are obvious buyouts. Blue is another buyout, BLU. You know, that's so obvious. Plus humidity. 90 degrees F plus humidity, right? In the Carolinas. All right, guys, 307. So I'll hang around till about 3:20, 3:15, 3:20. Good time to ask questions. And I couldn't do anything about it. So Pepe, just quickly, the only reason I had this issue is just because Windows had to do its update. That's the only reason I had the issue. So this is, you see, this is what happened. I always don't switch. Okay, always. Except for whatever reason, whatever possessed me after we did the install and everything was working, I looked at this and said, "Hey, wait a minute! You got a new audio device named AirPods 2. Do I want to switch? Sure, switch to it." Okay, and so that's why even after I did the install, the update, upgrade, or whatever, that's why that happened. But every other time, and I have to do it every single day, 2 or 3 times a day usually. I always do the don't switch. So that shouldn't even be here. It should, but just because you switch device, why is it so horrible? I mean, why can't you just say, okay, I don't want that device. I want to go to another one. But I'm not going to tempt it. But I get this message, every time I switch off the audio in Discord and then I come back, yeah, I get this message. So I switch off the audio, obviously when I'm in marketing meetings or when I'm doing my video. When I first start, I always get this, and I always go, "Don't switch." I can't believe how touchy it was, or it is. But that was not the issue, to begin. The issue was the having to do the upgrade because I hadn't even got to Discord at that time. But the interesting for me anyway, usually the update is almost automatic. I don't have to select it. It's one of those things that, or I get a pop-up saying, update available. Do you want to do it? And say yes. Um, I never receive, but normally it's automatic, which is maybe not great, but so this is the first time I've actually had to go. That's why I didn't think of it. I have to do it on my laptop all the time. It really wreaks havoc with my audio on my laptop unless I do the update. Did not open today, Bender. No, did not open today. So maybe tomorrow. I went to the IPO website. They don't have, well, it's obviously not going to open. Sometimes what they do though is intraday, they say, but it still says Thursday. It's obviously not going to open Thursday. Sometimes they update this and it'll say, pending or something like that, but it doesn't say like this. You see this one obviously open, Cava open, there it is priced. This one did not open either. MSS did not open. Oh, we have another. I'm going to have to do this one too. BOF, another real cheap one. BOF. This is supposedly opening on Friday. Excuse me. So I'll create the price alert. Put a $1. I like to put the notes in these so I know. A minute. I like to put the notes in so I have an idea about, okay, if it opens, where could it open? How many shares were issued? 1.1 are going to be issued, 1.1 million. And the price, say $7. So that lets me know. That's why when we looked at Cava and you see the price, I mean, that was the suggested IPO price. When it opened at 42. So that's why or thereabouts. That's why something is, there's a lot of enthusiasm. So for instance, if this one, this SXTP opens tomorrow at 3, there's obviously no enthusiasm. But if it opens at 8, above this range that they're talking about between 430 and 630, and with that number of shares, it could go crazy. Now, the other thing I want to do is just see if this is a China stock, Branch Out Foods. No, Oregon. Okay. You know what's really nice is 20 degrees Celsius. Pepe, are you talking about on a bike or a motorcycle? You talking about on a bike or a motorcycle? 100 miles. Wow, you are a star. I had no idea. All at once, like all at once. I mean, what are the triathlons? Isn't that 50 miles or something? How long is a bike ride in a triathlon? Oh, 112 miles. I'm just reading 112 miles is the length in a triathlon. 112 miles. Well, I was sort of close. You are more of an athlete than I would have thought, Pepe. So why would I have not thought that? Because I have no idea. Yeah, so there you are. 2.4 mile swim, 112-mile bike ride, and of course the 26-mile running. Wow. Yeah, like when do you have time to do all that? I'll end up with my reasonably funny story. My wife and I went to she had an old friend that lived in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And so we drove from Vancouver. Well, before we did that, we wanted to find a hotel room. It was a surprise visit to this friend, so she didn't know we were coming or anything like that. So we weren't going to be staying with her. So we tried to find a hotel room, and that would accept the dog. But even if we couldn't have, even if we didn't need one with that would accept the dog, we couldn't believe it. Like we were trying 3 weeks before, and we were trying to find a hotel room. We finally found one in Spokane, which is near Coeur d'Alene, and it was like literally the last hotel room that was available. So anyway, we drove from Vancouver. It was about an 8-hour drive, so we got in Friday night, get all rested, drive into Coeur d'Alene, and Coeur d'Alene is not a big. It's a great resort town, you know, and lots of traffic, lots of people. What is going on? And guess what? Triathlon was there that week, and it was one of the one of the official triathlon stops. So it was awesome. It was awesome. We the last day on the Sunday, we spent we got a good sort of a good not seat, but stood by the finish line of the actual of the race. The just a minute, 1 minute. So the end of it. And what blew me away, which I didn't understand at all, was all these. Of course, people are collapsing on the finish line, and they're wrapping them in this silver paper. Well, not paper, but this silver foil. And they were just. And what the heck is that all about? And it was a hot day. It was like you're okay, probably about 90 degrees, hot day. And that, that's when I found out, okay, this retains the, body's losing so much heat, et cetera, et cetera. But we had no idea what we had blundered into that weekend. It was awesome though. Making baked potatoes. Yeah, seriously. And we saw some pretty beaten up people coming in after that 26 miles. Well, not just 26 miles, of course, it's all the other stuff. So it sounds like, Pepe, you just got to get a little swimming in, and you could probably do a marathon, a triathlon. You might not do it in 3 hours, or 2 hours, and whatever the heck these guys do it in. 2 hours and well, it's funny. This is how, well, I don't know, dumb, but when we moved to Boston that one year, this is back in 2014. And I thought, you know what? And I ran, but not long distances. I was a decent runner. I played a lot of sports, so I was a decent runner, but not long distances. Probably maybe a 10K was maybe my longest distance, which is about six odd miles. So nothing spectacular. But I said, well, wait a minute now. We moved to Boston in August of 2014. The Boston Marathon, I think, is in, I don't know, March, something like March or April. I'm gonna do the marathon. I'll just train for the marathon. It didn't work out. I may have been able to do it, except all of a sudden my hips became inflamed, and I just couldn't run anymore. But I was keen. We lived right on we had a place right on the Charles River, right downtown Boston. If you know, guys who know Boston at all, right in Back Bay. And so I could go over the bridge and just run along the Charles River. It was awesome. And I thought, yeah, I can do this. But yeah, my hips, I mean, even if it took me 6 hours, I was going to, well, not 6 hours, wouldn't take me 6 hours, I think, of the triathlon, but I could run in peak form. I could string 4 6-minute miles together. Okay. A couple of times in my life. And that was it. That was peak form. All right, guys. Yeah, peak form was a few decades ago. But anyway. Okay, guys. Hey, it's 3:22, so I think I'll wrap this up. Hopefully, I'm sure tomorrow I'll have no technical issues, so I'll do a better job. I definitely did not have the focus. It's amazing. I don't, the pre-market stuff. It's not just that. It's not just identifying stocks, but it's just getting, out of your routine. And I just was not in the routine today. So, but tomorrow should be different. So, well, thanks for all the help, especially you, Pepe, trying to. It's unbelievable what you do for me. Truly, truly, truly. So I'll open the room tomorrow at by 8 o'clock in the main room, and I'll get on the mics. I'll get on the mic, not mics. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody. And let me get my gear. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. And now, YouTubers, you're next.